Howdy, folks. Welcome to Rimworld. Uh, and for those of you who have watched a few of my YouTube videos, you know that this isn't the first time I played Rimworld. So I tried it uh, probably a few months ago. I can't remember exactly when exactly I had tried it or played it, I guess. But now I have, I ran into problems. Things don't always stay stable in a modded RimWorld game, and so it didn't go for too many episodes. So I took it back to the drawing board, tried to get it as stable as I could. So now this is basically a retry, I guess, of the initial series that I had done. So hopefully, everything will go well, you know, and we'll see how it works. So let me just hop right into this and we'll get started. So, uh, it is fairly modded. Um, so a lot of things aren't necessarily going to be, standard. Um, and I'll try to go through them as I come across them. So, first of all, of course, you can pretty much see along the bottom row, if you're familiar with Rimworld, there's a lot more buttons than usual. Most of them I probably won't be going into too much. Like, some of them are. Um, a lot of the mods I've added are for graphic quality, the ability to be able to zoom in and zoom out as much as I possibly can. Um, and, just some quality of life things. Others, of course, are, changes in what's going to happen, changes in quests that I'm going to get, and stuff like that. So, don't expect a vanilla Rimworld experience. So, I guess I should just get started. This is the map that I'm starting on. Came across this while um, trying to find a place that would suit uh, what I could do. And I have never played on one that only had one entrance. So I thought I'd give it a try, see what happens. My expectation is I'm going to get a lot less standard raids and more dropship raids. I believe that's how Rimworld usually handles um, uh, problems when you try to seclude yourself uh, and stop the game from being able to raid you from multiple angles. So let me just get started here. So since the majority of foot traffic, I guess, will be coming in from the west side over here, I am going to, of course, build my base over here on the east. I don't yet know if I should centralize it or put it in the southeast corner, taking into account all these tunnels that are over here. Something to keep in mind is in the underground tunnels, which one is this? That's terrain affordance, roof visibility. Okay, so in this dark green area, that is considered to be underneath a mountain. So same as up here. And I've got some caves up here as well. Anytime, excuse me, anytime, all right. There we go. New lovers. Two characters that I have, I guess, have chosen each other. Anyway, anytime that it is under a mountain roof, there is a possibility that insects can burrow up from underground instead of a raid from the entrance. So if I do build in this corner, I do have to take that into account and be prepared to fight off insects that may appear down here. Um, as let me turn this off again. As you may see up on the mini map up here, I already have a group of insects that have decided to, well, I guess they were living here first since I arrived in like a drop pod or something like that. So these are, since they're red named, they are dangerous. The small ones, not so much. And of course, as you get larger and larger, they're more dangerous. So these two are really dangerous to my citizens, especially since I only have two, and they are not wearing armor, nor do they have weapons. So I need to try to stay away from these. Luckily, they do have a hive that is not producing more insects, but the hive is producing insect jelly, which will keep these things fed, hopefully, long enough for me to get a good situation started and be able to take care of them before they start wandering out once they run out of food. So, for the moment, part of what I'm thinking, okay, so base, I can either centralize it. Let me get some planning things here. So I could either centralize it right here, kind of build it out from the wall and exclude the caves from my building, maybe do a little bit more to the north than anything. And then have all of these on the outside of my base, or I could include it completely and try to make it so that if insects were to spawn, they would not likely spawn in these caves. So, there's a temperature thing going on. I forget if it's too warm or too cold or what the deal is. That's what prevents insects from spawning. And then they would more likely spawn up in these caves up here. The problem I'm noticing with the southeast, though, is I've got this great big puddle of water and surrounding mud. Now what that means is, oops. So if I were to build just your standard wall, it takes 5 wood per wall. I can just go like that, and they would build a wall there. But if you go over here, you can see this is mud. So if I'm to build here, I would have to build a bridge underneath the wall. So, if I just do something like that, you can kind of see the little squares underneath it, signifying that a bridge would have to be built underneath it. The problem with bridges is people can attack a bridge, and if the structural support of the bridge collapses, then whatever is placed on top of it also collapses. So I might aim more for a central or maybe northeastern central base, just for the fact that this is here, and it's going to be a while if I look at my research here. So, first of all, uh, I did just a standard start. So, all of these that are in green, I've already started with. You know, we're not cavemen in the middle of nowhere. We are fairly advanced. You know, we know how to cut stone. We have passive coolers, which will help keep regulate the temperature. Uh, we know how to make good clothing or decent clothing. We know electricity, so we know how to make generators and move electricity from, along cables from one place to another. We have air conditioning, so that's not just keeping the air cool enough. It's also like freezing, like below zero freezing, below zero temperature as well. And we also have the ability to make a generic nutrient paste, which anyone can eat, but nobody likes. But then all these other ones that are highlightable are technologies we have available to research. Everything that's grayed out is something we can research once we have the correct prerequisites. So, for instance, like reinforced walls, if I click on it, you can see it says it requires smithing. So I would have to research smithing before reinforced walls. So fairly simple, of course. But this technology tree goes on and on and on and on and on very far. And so there's quite a bit of things to do. And that's just the main research page. There are several pages to go through, each of them having their own research to do. And some of them, of course, interact with this. So, or I guess it's more like that some of these interact with the main one. So over here we have some expanded research. So in addition to what I showed you on the main research tab, we also know how to make basic furniture and complex furniture. So complex furniture are things like storage crates, chairs, beds, compared to basic furniture, which is just, benches, a simple bed, a table, that sort of stuff. And then, of course, there's other types of furniture that we can make as well. So we'll get into this once I have a base up and running. It might be a few in-game days before I have the ability to do any research. So let's see here. Over here, we've got, a bunch of things that the characters will do. Starting things on the left side are more likely to be done than things on the right side. And then, of course, I can set them to priorities of 1 through 9, which normally it's 1 through 4, I believe. But I added a mod that allows you to go 9 just for the sake of if I need more than 4, I guess. So firefighting, of course, is very important. You don't want things to burn down. Patient, being a patient, waiting to be healed is pretty important. Since I only have 2 people, I might be setting a lot of these to be very similar. Hall Plus, that I'm going to set to top priority. What Hall Plus is if I were to select something and tell them to haul it urgently, they would then refer to this Hall Plus. Childcare I'm going to turn off because I don't have any children to worry about at the moment. if I come across some or end up having some join my faction, I will then take this into consideration. Basic, of course, is just unskilled tasks, easy things to do, turning on light switches or activating power switches, stuff like that. Rearming, and a lot of these I might be setting to one. Might seem like they are getting in the way of each other, but again, they check it from left to right. So firefighting is still a higher priority than being a patient, and down the line. Maintenance. Let's see. Refueling, delivering. I can probably set that at 2. Rearming, so for any traps I set down, stuff like that. Wardening is taking care of any prisoners. Handle is for animals. So harvest resources from animals and stuff like that. Training animals. I do plan to have a fair amount of animals. Let me just... So I'm starting off with a pair of... This is from a mod. Let's see, where are they? They are right here. They're little cat-made pets, things. Normally, you have a colony, you work your way up to having like 8, 9, 10 people or more, depending on situations. And so you kind of delegate a few specific jobs to each character. Well, I prefer my colonies to be smaller. I'm probably going to have 4 colonists, 4 permanent colonists at most. I might have other people join me temporarily. That, of course, can change. Maybe some guards during a particularly heavy and difficult quest might decide to join for a while. But for permanent characters, I'm going to limit it to a very small amount. So I added a mod that adds these little, they're called Nuko. They're just little pet cats that are also maids. You can train them up, and they will do a lot of the day-to-day jobs, I guess. So, they'll keep the place clean. If I train them up enough, they will... I believe they can do plants. They can plant and harvest and stuff like that. They can haul things, etc., etc. Just a lot of the basic things that you would be setting a lot of people to do. So, and then of course there are other ones that I can find. There's a companion mod, or a mod that goes along with the Nuko mod, which is essentially the same thing, only with insect creatures. So they can be found, it looks like I've got 2 of them here on the map. So I can find them and train them and tame them, I guess, as well, and to do pretty much the same functions. The difference is these are also combat pets, so they can help out with fighting and stuff like that, in addition to the other stuff. And their weight for how much, like, your colony wealth. Let me see here if is it history that it's under? Okay, so history, of course. I don't have any wealth, really. the wealth that it is calculating is the things I start with, the characters I have. So this is total wealth. This is wealth from creatures. This is wealth from buildings. And we have wealth from items. So all of these three things add up to this one. The more I have of any of this, the higher this goes, and the more dangerous the enemies can be. So, because these insects are more combat characters, they are worth more points towards that. So, it expects that, so like, if a main character is worth 100 points, I don't know what the pointage is actually, but if they're worth 100 points, then any other combat thing, so like one of these insects, maybe a turret, once I'm able to build them, stuff like that will be on equivalent difficulty. So they will be considered as if they can fight, whether or not you actually use them to fight. And we'll see. I'll get to that a little bit more once we get into the fighting. Okay, so training, cooking is probably pretty important. Butchering for cooking. Creating food for animals as well, I guess, is under that. Brewing, not so much. Hunting is okay. Let's see, repair. Okay, so repairing after things get damaged might be like that. Deconstructing. You never want deconstructing and constructing on the same level, because if they deconstruct something and they're constructing something of the similar value, they will immediately take whatever they've just deconstructed and haul it to have it constructed. And they'll just keep going back and forth rather than deconstructing everything and then constructing things. Harvesting, so crops, growing. For the most part, I'm going to set a lot of these at 3, and then I'll adjust them as needed. So we'll just do a bunch of this. Stone cutting. A lot of these won't be done most of the time. So, like stone cutting only takes precedence if I have stones to cut and give them an order to do so. So that's how I'm probably going to set things up. Now, because I've made the interface larger for being able to, so that you guys can see it a little bit better, normally at the end over on the right, there's a copy paste button. Well, it's cut off for some reason. So I won't be able to do that. So I'll probably have to do a lot of this manually. So hopefully it won't take too much time. And, I've probably spent quite a bit of time already just dealing with this. So I apologize if it's getting to a slow start. Alright, so get these things all set up. If anyone joins, I will, if they're temporary, like guests or something, I'll probably adjust it so that they don't do a lot of this stuff unless they're good at it. So, speaking of what characters are good at, here's their skills. So, originally, I'm going with a starting off at a lower skill, but being able to uh, get much better as time progresses. So I'm playing with the Immortals mod. So anytime, it's just like the movie or TV show or whatever you uh, has been in the past. There are immortals in the game. So if I were to go over to health, the my main two characters are lesser immortals. If they kill or if they behead another immortal, they will obtain some of their powers and abilities. So any immortal character that I behead, um, I have the chance of getting a specialized skill. So normally I would start out with no uh, bonuses and skills, but that was a very slow start. So I kind of want to get a little bit, the start a little bit faster. So I have given each of these characters like um, they prefer like one prefers all of the skills on the left apparently, and the other one prefers all the skills on the right. I didn't realize that's how it was gonna work out when I set it up. I just did every other skill when I set it up. So not sure if I like how that worked out. Might have done things differently if I had known that. So they will learn these skills faster. So the difference is, let's see, learning speed for, say, medical for this character is 126%. There's a couple of modifiers that are changing that, but for something like artistic, it is 44%. So that's why these were so slow pre-4, is because you basically learn them at 1/3 of the rate. So that'll be improved as the game goes on. Let's see, what else? I suppose, so that was skills, level. So this is a mod I've added. Basically, as the game progresses, they gain experience, and I will get points that I can then add into one of these 6 stats. They have very small bonuses attached to them, so I don't know the specifics, but like 10 points in strength isn't going to be all that much, but it will be something. Their schedule, I like to set them to anything, and if I want them to do something different, then I will tell them so. Currently they are unrestricted. They don't have a zone that they have to stay in. A home zone will be made once I figure out where we're going to go, and then there's an area 1 which I can modify at some point. Some of these other things, so at the moment we don't have any medicine, so I'm going to set that to off for now. Their defaults are, if they are attacked, they will attack back. And actually, since I am here, I want to set a new outfit. So I'm going to clear everything out, and I only want them to wear clothing of their race. Since they are not standard models for the game, a lot of the vanilla armors, weapons, or armors and clothing, sorry, are not going to look well on them. They just don't really play well together all the time. If I do end up with medicine, likely it'll be herbal medicine. So I'm going to set this to have them carry one herbal medicine on them at all times, just in case they need it for emergencies. Over here, we've got the pets. I will deal with them at some point. Most likely just adding these things to be, train this, train this. So yeah, and then over here, this is all the animals that are on the map. So say, here's a mega spider, I could click on that and it'll immediately show me where they are. This is research screen. We've got a research reinvented. So what that is in vanilla Minecraft, in vanilla Rimworld, how research is done is the pawn, which is what a character is referred to. The pawn will go over to the research table, sit at it, and research will increase. Research reinvented, if I say, well, I think my first research is going to probably be microelectronics. There's a lot to research, but it will help. So if I were to go into this research reinvented, there's, as you can see, quite a bit of things that you can do. So the theory is your basic Rimworld research. And with this mod, it is actually reduced to a 75% effectiveness. So basic research is the worst thing you can be doing. Next, of course, you've got prototyping. A lot of these are bonus, since they're focused on certain things. They'll get like 150% bonus or 200% bonus depending on their category. So prototyping is once you have gone enough research in this particular thing, you can build a prototype of whatever, say like this communication console. So what that'll do is for up to 300 points of the research requires, looks like, well, it says 3,000. 300 of this 2,400 will be done by building a prototype of this. What happens if you build a prototype is you'll build it, you might fail at building it, depending on your construction skill. And once it's built, it may have a minimum health, which then you'll have to repair, or it may be broken so that the components that you used on it might need to be replaced. Things like that. So this gives you a bonus, or a higher bonus than other things, and it's limited to 900 points. So you could build 3 of these things and get your full 900 points out of it. Tooling, I'm not exactly sure. I guess if you have one of these research tables, you can spend time at it and gain points toward it. I'm not exactly sure. Reverse engineering is if you happen to already have one, say you go to a different place, you find, in this example again, a comms console, you uninstall it and bring it back home and install it. Researching something that you already have can still produce a bit of good research. Production experience, again, I'm not exactly sure. I'm guessing if you have one of these, you can spend time researching it. You don't get as much per item, so like 50. I'm not exactly sure what happens in this category. Material studies, however, is basically any material that can be used to make stuff in this can be researched to get a bonus. So, like plasteel. If I have some plasteel lying around, I would then go over to my stockpile, grab some plasteel, and then bring it over to the research table and start researching it. And that can give a bonus as well. And then this one's new, information exchange. I'm guessing if you have multiple races among your colony, you will brainstorm, I guess. Or maybe you talk to other factions visiting. Maybe they have information. I don't know how this one works yet. I haven't seen that yet. Then we've got quests. We've got the world itself. So this is the world, basically. We've got the frozen north. Normally, I like to do a 30% of the world coverage because once you hit a certain amount of area, it's just a bunch of bloat. You don't need the entire world covered. And it's just a lot of information that the game has to sort through to get the same things that you would here. So, as you can see, there's a lot of different icons all over the place. We've got the ratkin over here. We've got some rabbit folk here. I forget what they're called. We've got a couple variations of sea creatures, slug-like creatures. I forget what they're called. We've got a couple of places. This one is my place, I think. Is this me? This might be me. This one is definitely someone else. So, yeah, we've got a variety of places to go to. Usually the red ones are hostile, or except I guess in case of this rouge-colored one. So yeah, we've got quite a few of things there. Before I get too far, I want to set up a couple things in the quests. So 3 of these are considered empires. So the P&L Logistics, the Leviathan Sea Dragons, and the Broken Imperium are considered royalty. And some quests offer honor, or whatever their equivalent is, to rise in the ranks of them. I'm not interested in that, because a lot of times having a high rank in royalty means you decide that you don't want to do work anymore. And with only 4 colonists that are going to be permanent, I don't really feel like that's going to be good for me. Alright, so I think that's all for the basic setup. I should now do a bit of planning. So, not really sure how much area I want, but I'm thinking something. I gotta be careful through here again because of the water. But maybe something like that. Maybe, I don't know, something like that. I kind of want it to be an odd number so that, you can have a central door. I'm going to try not to upset people too much about being symmetrical or asymmetrical or whatever. So I'm going to just kind of outline this area. I think this is what I'm going to start with. The southwest corner, of course, isn't going to be built up right away unless I build the bridges for it. And then if I select this, you can kind of see this green area is going to be great for planting. So kind of like that within my area, and I'll try to set up some farming area down here as well. So I guess I'll start off with some wooden walls. Nothing better than wooden walls. Maybe 11 by 9 for a good starting room. To me, it doesn't really matter if I have to tear things down to rebuild them again. I don't have a problem with that, but we'll see how it goes. Maybe put a wall all the way to there and a little here, just so we have anything coming at me has to come around to the south rather than to the north, and I can kind of hunker down in this corner, maybe build some defenses, stuff like that. So then I also need stockpile zones. So right off the bat, I want to get something like this to take care of all my stockpile needs. So there's two different types of zones. This one is basically for items. Not going to allow rotten stuff in it. I don't really need well, I guess I'll leave it as it is. So this is for items. This is more for industrial type stuff, like your chunks of rock, your slabs of iron, stuff like that, and corpses, whether they be mechanical corpses, animal corpses, whatever. So I want them there and items here for the time being. I do need to build a structure. So to begin with, this is going to be where we're sleeping for the night, if it gets built by then. Let's see if I do furniture. So it did just say that they're lovers, so I want to build a double bed for them so they can sleep together. So this is going to be where they sleep. So since I've set everything up, they're automatically going to start hauling things over to here. Maybe even start building. Maybe they're going to do their hauling first. I think I did set hauling as a higher priority. So maybe I should turn that down a little bit. Maybe to a 4 to begin with. And then, okay, now they'll start building, now that that's not as high of a priority. Over here, I do want to at least tame that one right away, because this one is a ice or a cold weather creature. I'm not sure why it's here. I think it's just a random chance that they spawn in the area, but since it's here, it will most likely want to leave pretty quickly, because the temperature is, of course, about 85 degrees at the moment, or 30 if you use Celsius. I've gotten that is a mod that I've added, is showing both temperatures, because while I may not use Celsius, I do know that other people do. So there it is, provided just for anyone that wants to use it. I, as I just mentioned, I use Fahrenheit, so I will probably be referring to most of it in Fahrenheit, because that's what I know. And then it has a couple other things over here. So hunters lack weapons. It's because I've set them to hunting, and uh, haven't given them weapons to hunt with. So that's why that's there. Reach level 5 in construction. I believe they're, yeah. So they are a much better constructor than, or they have a passion for construction, whereas Akane has a passion for it, whereas Azami does not. So as you can see, approximately, like, she's only gotten a 0.2 in that, whereas they've gotten a full point. So in this case, about 5 times as much, but that's not quite exactly how it's supposed to be. Raiders remain. That's because we've got all these bugs up here. So that's going to be there for a while. Research bench is because I assigned a research project and don't have a place to research it from. So just about to get this done. They will cut down the tree that's in the way, and then they'll move this over and they'll have a place to sleep. Maybe set some of this to be hauled. And we've got some berry bushes, which I want to harvest a few. Because, again, I want to get this animal tamed, and I need the berries to tame it. Might already be gone. Nope, it is... oh, right there. Didn't see it. Alright, so... and as I get started, I'm going to speed things up. I've got the controls over on the right here. So 2 times speed is what I will usually have it set to, unless we get into a fight or unless there's something I need to control a little bit better. And 3 times speed I will set it to when, say, they go to bed, there's nothing going on, stuff like that. I may even, after a while, set it at 3 as default speed, just because, well, I'd like to make as much progress as I can on this. So, what else is there? So, of course, there's a few ruins here. We can deconstruct them for materials if we need them. We've got the ancient Exostrider, which is blinking red. That's new to this expansion. I forget what it's called. It basically has a thing inside it that we can use to control mechanoids. So if I wanted to, I could go try to take care of this and get one of my characters as a controller of mechanoids. There are vampires in the game, apparently. So that's also a thing that I could potentially do. I don't know if I will, because, well, I don't want to limit my characters to nighttime things, I guess. A few mods I've added just for YouTube compression convenience, I guess, is rainy weather, foggy weather is not going to be shown. So, over on the right, it's currently clear, but if it rains or anything like that, it will not necessarily show it, but it is actually taking effect. I did it that way because the rain just makes it look bad on YouTube. Same thing for the light levels. So right now it is, 2100 hours, and it looks fairly light compared to what it normally would be. I can probably speed this up since they are asleep. Um, and then, so there's a few things I've done like that. It's a little brighter than it would normally be. So, yeah. That's just for the sake of the video, not necessarily for myself. Alright, get up guys, you got a lot of work to do. Like harvesting berries, or building a wooden wall. There we are, harvest berry bush. And then one of these two is good with animals. It is Akane. So, well, now this one has fallen asleep. So, while they're asleep, of course, I can't tame them. So I'll just have to deal with it at the moment. Alright, so we'll just speed this up to 2 times speed. Actually, as I give them orders, I kind of want to slow it down. We're gonna get some wood chopped over here, so we have some extra building materials, because I want to build a few things in advance. So something like that, and then I guess down to as far as I've built it like that. And we'll put a door in here and here. So one of these is going to be my kitchen. Oops, need to place that. And the other is going to be storage. So the storage, the bigger one, is going to be storage. That's where I'm going to put all of this stuff. Except for food, which is going to go in the smaller kitchen, which I don't need as much space. Just going to have a place to cook meals and probably a table to eat at. Let me just speed this back up again. Sorry, I left it at 1. And also, you may have noticed they just left the berries just sitting out. That's okay. They're, you know, they got stuff to do. Once this wakes up, though, I'm probably going to try to tame it, as I mentioned, because it's not going to hang around for too long. And I might not be successful at taming it. If that happens, oh well. Chopping more wood. Alright, it's awake now, so which one was good at plants? Animals. That was you. Okay, finish up there. And now I want to see if I cannot tame because you don't have food. Pick up the berries. Okay, and they're immediately going to tame. Excellent. So now, you know, they're a little bit of a animation, not too much, of course. You know, feeding it, talking to it, and it's tamed. Excellent. Tame animals and pets and whatnot default to hanging around your home zone. So if I set this, I suppose I can set this entire area here to my home zone, then the animals will all, as you can see, 3 of them right here, are all wandering in this direction. So they will hang out by default around the home zone unless they're told to do something. And again, I have unrestricted for the animals as well. So that should be good. A mod that I have added is I am able to draft animals. So, if I were to, well, maybe not those, but this is a combat animal, so I do have the ability to draft it and send it wherever I want. You know, same abilities as normal, but for the most part, uh, I don't know for sure yet. I'm probably going to restrict that to just I need the animal out of the way, and they're not, the enemy is incoming. I want them to move to a specific place, and they just haven't done it, uh, or something like that. Um, my plan is to only restrict it to be something like that. Um, but we'll see once it comes down to it, of course. So I want the stockpile there, and I can delete this one. Alright, chunks of spacecraft landed nearby. So we got these that fell from orbit, so just an event that happens every once in a while. I will deconstruct those, add whatever they give to my stockpile. Usually it's going to be things like steel components, stuff like that. This is a basic ship chunk. This one is a different color, which means it will provide steel and uranium. So I'm going to get a bit of uranium from that, which might be handy at some point. Another thing I probably want to do is deconstruct all of this junk that's just sitting around in my area of home. Don't want it sitting around. Some of it looks like it gives some steel back. Now, this is another thing that I added, is a lot of this stuff becomes useful, but also that you can deconstruct it. Normally, the only option you have is to attack it and just break it apart with your fists. I thought that was kind of silly. If you have the ability to deconstruct things that are normally around, why would you have to limit yourself in this case? So, let's see here. Nope, those are my pets. Oh, looks like another one wandered in, so I do want to have those tamed eventually. And I don't think these are quite as temperature different as this first one was. So I'll just tell them to train or tame them, and they'll get around to it eventually. So it looks like there's one just sitting over here. I don't think there are any bugs in here. But it looks like we have some jade and compact machinery in here. That's good. I'll definitely keep that in mind when I need them. But at the moment, my colonists are going to be fairly busy doing a lot of the generic work, getting things set up, which, by the way, I suppose while they're asleep, I need to do something like this. And get some farms going, because we are going to run out of food eventually. Normally I do a 6x6 for each one, but and that's enough to keep us going with a slight bonus for our stockpiles. But I think I'll go 7x7 just to make sure we have enough on hand. And then, of course, that also means I'll have more to sell to traders that come along and stuff like that. So, yeah, at the moment, as you can see, we're just... I don't care what time they're sleeping at, what time they're awake at. I do like it when they're both awake at the same time, so sometimes I'll try to keep it on a somewhat similar schedule. But for the most part, I just let them do whatever they need to, and occasionally tell them, do this specifically. Alright, so I think I can remove this. Got a visitor. A boyo. Okay, so this is one of those slug people, as I was talking about. They're from the ocean. They're land dwellers now, or something like that. I don't know the specifics behind it. But it looks like they might have some things to trade. I don't really have much to trade myself. And I'm not going to trade... Well, actually, I've got some chem fuel down here. And I think if I deconstruct these, that will also provide chem fuel. They're fairly slow at it, so give them a minute. And then once they do that, not that much, but I can then trade with them and see if they'll buy some of my stuff. They are not willing to buy it. Do they have anything I want? I mean, medicine wouldn't be a bad thing, but not really. So, okay, here's an example. Currently it is foggy rain. As you can see, you cannot see, or maybe, I guess, as you can't see, there is no rain showing, there is no fog showing, but the effects are still happening. You can kind of hear the rain in the background. So the rain and the fog, I believe, are contributing to ranged difficulty. So if we're trying to shoot anything at this point, I'm not exactly sure what all gets considered. I think range, darkness, weather, and of course terrain. A lot of these have an effect on your accuracy. So, you know, a lot of that is affected by the weather, I think. I've heard that it's changed from edition to edition, so it might not be the case. But I'm just going to assume that it is. So it is going to have an effect on stuff, whether or not. Okay, so looks like they are done with the fields. Now I should tell them that it's a growing zone. I did 7x7. And the first field I want to plant is rice, because it is the fastest growing. So our first harvest we want as soon as we can. So I go with rice first. Oh, what's going on? The local rat has gone mad. It will attack anyone it sees. Well, we're currently inside, so I'm not going to worry about it. Oh, they let us in. All right, take care of that. There we go. Sorry you guys were awoken. To take care of a rat. And production is what I'm looking for. I want a butcher spot so that we can start butchering creatures. Do forever. I'll just take care of everything except looks like that is the insect girls and maybe the nucos. Are those in here? They are. Okay, so we'll set that to basically butcher everything except my pets. And as I get different pets, I'll modify that, of course. For the time being, we don't have any electricity or air conditioning at the moment. We will get to that shortly. I just want to make sure we have an initial food supply before I get to doing that. So we'll just be planting. We've got so much to do right off the bat. We're leaving things just sitting out. As you can see, they are deteriorating from the weather, so hopefully we'll be able to get that into storage before too long. Maybe once the rice is planted completely, I'll give them a chance to haul things. And we can go from there. We're chopping down a tree. Oh, right. Because basically they don't like trees and stuff like that. One square around the plantable area for some reason. I don't know why. Alright, so that's taken care of. It looks like we've got a couple of trees to finish chopping. Then hopefully they'll get to hauling all this stuff inside. Okay, one of them reached level 5 in plants. Oh, we are now cleaning up the dirt. Wonderful. I personally don't care. A lot of people hate the fact that you're sweeping the dirt off the dirt. I don't care. Keeps it clean. Alright. Hauled a bunch of stuff. We're gonna be here for a while. Give your faction a name. What should it be called? Well, I'm not very good with names. So, our faction is what we are. And what is our settlement called? It's home. Very simple. And we'll leave it at that. Okay, so we've got a few rooms set up. We have quite a bit of wood, so Bumble drone migration. A small group of Bumble drones led by a Bumble drone queen has entered the area. They're generally not aggressive unless threatened. They will probably leave the area after a while in search of a quieter place, since the colony is too noisy for them. Okay, so we got a Bumble drone and a Bumble drone queen. So, alright, so this particular Bumble drone seems to be a queen. It deposits eggs from which other drones may hatch. Once it has settled into an environment considered safe, so it might be really useful to tame it. I think I'm okay. I don't need giant bees at the moment. I've got my current pets. That's fine. And we have a lot on our plate. Oh, well, I say we have a lot on our plate to take care of. Apparently, we have nothing on our plate to take care of at the moment. So let's get some of this other stuff taken care of. So there's some recreation. Want a chess table. And actually, let me just go to normal or slow speed for the moment. We want so normal furniture. They've got a bunch of tables and stuff like that. All their chairs are circular. Not that that's a bad thing, but I do like the extra furniture. It adds a 1x1 table, which the normal game doesn't have, and it adds square chairs, which I think go better with the square tables. So we're adding a couple of square chairs and a small table, just, large enough for people to eat off of, because if I go here, one thing Rimworlders always hate is eating without a table. So, and they've got some other things that they're upset about, their bedroom isn't great, their bed isn't great. We're not very good at constructing things, but that'll get better as we get better at constructing. But yeah, I want to add some storage. So there's a bunch of crates and whatnot. What this does, normally, as you can see, everything just kind of piles up on the floor. Normal stack limit is 75. I've added a mod to increase that tenfold, so things can stack up to, like the wood right here, could be up to 750. But I like to go a step further. I like to have a storage crate, so you don't have this mess all over the floor. So what this does is basically, since it's a 2x2, each cell can hold 25 items. So it basically stacks 25 items on top of each other. And that just makes it a little bit nicer to look at. And then once it's built, it'll have a content screen, and you can set what you want to have in it. So I really like the storage mod. It's great. And then over here is going to be my freezer. Once I have air conditioning to cool it off, which shouldn't be too much longer. Did we take care of those spaceship chunks? Looks like we did. So we have some components, we have some steel. I should be able to now power. Where is it? There it is. Power. Gonna build a. Nope, that's a portable one. That's too small. Gonna build a wood generator, so it generates power from wood. And under temperature, gonna have a cooler. Now this is a different than standard cooler. Normally a cooler, you'd break down the wall and build an entire giant block. And that sits there. This goes into the wall itself. So you don't have to worry about a part of the wall being taken out if you want to exchange the cooler for something else. So it's kind of like the lights in the game. They're built into the wall rather than replacing the wall. Over on the right side, I may leave some of those notifications around longer than others. Like if there was a big red one saying Raiders Remain, I would leave that just as a better reminder for that. But like if there's a just something I don't want to forget about and I'm doing a bunch of stuff, I will leave it over here. So I'm not necessarily going to clear out every single thing, but there is a big list of things piling up, as you can see. Alright, we're now at level 6 construction. Our good constructor. Once that's done, see, it looks like you guys are done with most things, so I'm going to add another growing zone over this section, and this section we're going to grow some cotton. So cotton, of course, will... Oh, it looked like they were doing some research on the generator for some reason. Is that... Oh, they've done some brainstorming. Okay. What else was there? Oh, was it there? Gather manufacturing experience. Okay. So once it was built, they just started studying it for reasons. Alright, now that I have a cooler built, though, I need to set it to a low temperature so it'll start cooling things down. So as you can see with the temperature here, this room, because it's small, is going to cool off fairly quickly. I have added a mod, I believe it's called Celsius. I don't remember off the top of my head, but I think it's called Celsius. What it does is it modifies the spreading of temperature. So normally, like say the bedroom here looks like it's 86 degrees, or I suppose let's just go with the cooler here. So normally, you know, it's negative 12 degrees currently in here. If the wall were to be broken open within seconds, that would go up to 76 degrees, which is the outside temperature. What this mod does is it makes it more gradual, depending on the temperatures spreads from cell to cell. Okay, so as you can see, it kind of spread throughout the entire room slowly. It is starting to affect ambrosia sprouts. Okay, so we got a bunch of ambrosia just right outside the building. That's not bad. Probably harvest that once it's full. Can sell it for something. So the temperature spreads slowly from cell to cell, and it is affecting the walls as well. It depends on what things are made out of. Hello, how's my day going? How many times have I restarted? I think, I suppose this would be my second restart. I started once, a mod updated and broke the entire game, so I had to start from scratch at that point. I restarted once, so for my second stream of this... Oh, I got a raid coming in. I'll deal with that in a moment. I restarted, and I can't exactly remember what happened. Probably, I think some instability happened, just because I use a lot of mods in my game. For example, this game itself, I am currently running 289 mods. Most of it is for textures. Some of it's for visibility, like watching purposes. And I can go through the mod list later if you'd like. I don't know if that interests you or not. I'm trying to go through them as I think about them too. And so after those two games didn't go as well as I'd like them to, I went to some other games for a bit, and in the background in between sessions of playing other games, I was building up a good Rimworld uh, mod list that will hopefully be somewhat more stable than the others were. A lot of things I've removed, a few things I've changed about the mods. Like a couple mods I've added, I have only for the technology because I like some of the technology that's in here. So, like, where is it? The Kijin race. Don't like the race all that much, but I do like a lot of these things. So, like, no plant wasted. Basically, anytime I harvest a plant, I also get hay instead of having to plant an entire field of hay on its own. Being able to salt meat, so preserve it longer. Having some advancements in taking care of your animals better, being able to gather a few more resources from them. But I really like the tatami floor and the tile roof wall. So these are the two main reasons why I have this mod. I like the way they look, and I am not good enough at modding myself to say, hey, I just want these couple of things added and nothing else. So that is why I have this mod. And I have tried to limit the exposure of the race itself because the mod creator decided, hey, we're gonna make the models, hyper feminine, and we're gonna make them somewhat anatomically correct. So the models themselves cannot be used, or at least not with good intentions, on YouTube and Twitch. So I've done what I could. I've replaced the textures of those models if they ever show up. I've tried to don't really mess with mini mods on game. Well, that's okay. And sometimes I wouldn't either, but I have found in previous games that I've played, like Fallout and Minecraft and such things like that, and now Rimworld, I guess, that there are some pretty good quality of life things in some mods. My problem is I tend to get carried away and end up with, like this, I have 289 mods. Not necessarily all of them are needed. I could probably get away with maybe 50 or so. But that would be cutting out a lot. Like the characters I am currently playing as in my colony, that's an entire mod of itself. These pets, that's a mod. This is actually 2 or 3 different mods. One mod for the creatures themselves, another mod for the ability to actually do things instead of just being a pet. So hopefully this one will be able to withstand the test of time a little better. So, and if not, well, then I'll start a new series once I get another mod pack put together. Maybe with less mods than this. Maybe I'll go do a vanilla with quality of life bonuses. So, yeah. I don't know if you're familiar with Rimworld or not. It basically is a survival game. As you saw, I am currently getting raided by this guy who is coming at me with a knife. That's about it. So I would say it'd be fine, except I myself have not made weapons either. So we'll see how this goes in a moment. But, it's a lot of research, a lot of crafting, making things better for them, using the things we craft to advance stuff like that. So I think you might enjoy it. If not, that's fine too. But I certainly enjoy it. I hope to make this a long-term series, depending on how stable it is. So we are getting rated. Do I have any weapons at all? I don't think I do. There's nothing in there. Okay, so I'm probably going to have to just go fisticuffs with him. He is preparing for a while before he attacks. Okay, so this is a mod that I added that kind of gives you a breakdown on what determines what is attacking me. So right at the top you can see the number of raiders is 1. The threat points used is 40, and that 40 is calculated by all the rest of the stuff that you see. So it's using my wealth, which, you know, it kind of gives you where the calculations are coming from. So I'm getting 14 points from wealth. I'm getting 121 points from the pawns that I have, which are the characters plus their pets. And then it adds and multiplies and divides and all that stuff till it gets a total of, I guess, 77 points, which then equates to, oh, this is the first raid, so the first raid is, I guess, limited to 40 points. So this is like the tutorial raid, I guess. Otherwise, this raid would be worth 77 points. And then it takes those 77 points and it equips this guy with stuff. Weapons and armor mainly, a couple of inventory stuff, but also it affects like his stats, his skills and traits, stuff like that. His health, and all those sorts of things. So this guy is coming at me with a steel knife. It is in poor condition, so you know, it's not as good as it could be, and he's going to wait a while before he attacks. So since he is going to wait a while, I'm going to see if I can possibly make something real quick. So if I go in here and go to the bills, I've got a mod that adds this kind of list of things to the side, so I don't have to go into here and go, oh, what's this? Oh, what's this? Oh, what's this? I have a bit of a better idea of what I am making and what resources it's going to cost to make it. So to begin with, I think I would like to make a knife and a short bow. However, then I do have to go into the details, and I want to clear it out. 30. I don't have enough metal to make a knife. Alright, we're making 2 bows. And in this case, it's a much shorter list. I'm just going to make it out of wood, because I have 443 pieces of wood. And who is my crafter? Is it? It would be you. Well, wake up, because we've got somebody coming in very, very soon. Whenever you get attacked, it automatically crosses out the 2 highest speeds, so it goes down to normal speed. I find that great. It means that they don't rush in because you're going at triple speed, and by the time you realize that a raid is happening, they're already in your face. So I do like that it slows it down. I am purposefully slowing it down at this point, well, I suppose I can kick it up to a 2. we're not really doing anything all that important. Alright, so I thought you were done making one. Okay, you are done with that one. I want you to equip a bow. Make another one. Hopefully we can get this done by the time he decides to attack. Because he's still sitting over there. That's good. The other colonist has decided to go to sleep. Alright. Make up and grab a bow. Alright. Now we are equipped and ready, hopefully, to defend our home. Since he does have a knife, he is going to rush in for melee. Chicken meat is rotted away because I forgot to put it in the freezer. Alright. And we're not actually doing anything, so maybe I should get another zone of food growing here. So, just like this. So, as I mentioned, my first crop is rice. Get things going quickly so we can have some food immediately, or as soon as possible. The drawback, of course, is that because it grows so fast, it means we have to harvest and replant it more often, so it takes more work and time to get multiple crops going. For our second crop, I am going to go with corn. Corn is a good crop because once it's planted, it does take a long time to grow, so it doesn't have that much, you don't need to keep replanting it and whatnot all that often, and it provides a lot more food. So while rice grows quick, doesn't provide as much food, the corn takes a lot longer to grow and provides a lot of food. So I like having one of each crop, so I have the initial amount to get us going, and then once the corn comes in, I have a decent amount of food to keep me going. And then I kind of just leave it at that. It is, sometimes I'll switch it up, I'll add a few extra things. Alright, looks like they are beginning their assault, of course, right as Akane decided to go to sleep. Wonderful timing. So that's kind of how I do my food situation. So I should wake y'all up, get you over. There's a lot of stuff that I just left around here. Guessing they're gonna be coming this way. They look like they're heading more south than anything. So we'll just... well, maybe they're coming right toward us. Okay, this is our range that we'll start shooting. It is nighttime, but we can see in the dark, and it is clear weather, so we should be as accurate as possible. As soon as he's in range, start trying to shoot him. But we are not very good at shooting. Who is... okay, you're the shooter expert, you are the melee expert. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna move up. Oh, I paused it. Nope, get away. Get away from them. There we go. Alright, so you managed to take him down. Couple shots, couple punches. Of course, the bows are going to cause more lethal damage than fists. And he is still alive. Should have thought about that a moment ago. I can take him prisoner. So I'm going to take his stuff so that once we capture him, he's not going to be armored. Uh, looks like you guys are wanting to go to sleep. I would prefer you guys to, work on this first. No? Maybe because I told one person to do it, the other person can't. No? Am I going to have to tell them one by one? Looks like it. Alright, so... Nope. Is it that button? That button. There we are. There we go. So I can kind of queue up what they're doing. Also, you have been injured. Should probably take care of that as well. Have you been injured? Not as much. Alright, so now I need a sleeping spot for this person. And set it for prisoners. And you're gonna come out here and capture him. Because you are not bleeding. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna capture him, I'm gonna put him in here, and decide on what I want to do with him at that point. Apparently, right, since he is currently bleeding out, we're gonna tend to him, at least to his 3 lethal injuries. Can kind of speed it up now, I suppose. We're out of combat. So they automatically tend to those kind of wounds first. So now they're no longer gonna bleed to death. And I'm gonna tend to my own colonist first before going back to tending to him. And part of what I'm gonna do, I keep him around. Apparently there are slave traders that come around. I may sell him off for money, depends on what happens. If he's good enough, I may decide to recruit him. At the quick glance that I've had at him so far, I probably won't be recruiting him. And then I can just let him go at some other point too. But most of it, I think I'm going to keep him around for helping train up social experience, things like that. He will, of course, require food and stuff like that. He will probably try to escape at some point as well. We'll see. But another thing I'm keeping him around for is anytime a event happens, it does check your colony to see who is in it. So since I started off with 2 female characters, any event before having him in here, any event that would happen would be completely focused on the female gender. But since I do have him here, there is now, I don't know if it's a straight 50-50 or if it's a 1 in 3, since there's 3 colonists or 3 people. Of any gender-specific event happening, it's not 100% just going to affect my colonists. It may affect him instead. So there are psychic drones that happen, psychic soothes, a couple others that are gender-specific. That could happen, and if a bad enough one happens, and I do end up with let's say, since I mentioned earlier, I'm only going to have like 4 people as main colonists. if I do manage to find 4 colonists that are female that are also really good, or that I want to keep around, not necessarily really good, but good enough that I would like them as a colonist, then if I get a bad event that affects male gender, the one I'm thinking of is, it's not a drone, it's something else. But basically, what it does is it reduces their consciousness by 50%. So over here, they have a consciousness. Normally, it's at 100%. If that drops down to 50%, it affects all of their other things like moving and manipulation, talking, eating, that sort of thing. If that happens to a male character and I have a female colony, then basically it wouldn't affect me at all. And any raids that happen that have male characters in them, all the male characters would, of course, be affected. And I wouldn't have to worry about it. It basically turns it to an advantage for myself. So I don't really expect that to happen, but if it does, then I would consider it an advantage. All right, my 4th thing that I'm going to plant is going to be hay grass, because I am going to feed my pets. At the moment, we're harvesting rice, it seems like it is currently done. The other person, Connie, is going to be waking up here soon, and they're going to be hungry, and then they will probably help with the crops, and then help haul all the stuff that we're leaving lying around. Alright, so what else do I need? I do need to get a research table. I also need well, we're out of iron. Alright, so again, it looks like there's a lot of stuff that we need to do. So I'm going to give the order to mine out a little bit of this iron down here. Inspired recruitment. Okay, so if this guy, I don't think he is. He has no gear. But, alright, so he's incapable of nothing, which is good. He's good at plants, he's good at medical, but not cooking animals or artistic. So the cooking in animals is kind of a bad thing. Plants, I guess, wouldn't be bad. Medical probably wouldn't be bad. He has a bunch of course, penalties because he's a prisoner, and he's wounded. So I'm not going to take that into account. But I don't know. I don't really think he's good enough for the colony. So, and again, because I am only limiting myself to 4 colonists, they have to be pretty good for me to consider them. Which could possibly not happen. I don't know. And that's okay with me. So we're replanting the rice and harvesting what's left. I did set that up to plant hay grass. We've got mining that we need to do down here. We have floors to place to make our house a little bit better. And again, it is going slow at the moment because I gave them 4s for all of their abilities, which is pretty low. Because as this guy is an example, 10 is okay. Medical 6 is what he starts out with. A lot of his other things, of course, are at 0. He only had 40 points to spend, apparently. So, and that's another thing, is since he only had 40 points, a lot of his skills are at 0. So, I lost track of what I was talking about. Or not what I was talking about, but where I was going with that. My colonists are going to be getting better, of course. The ones that they are proficient in will, of course, grow faster. And I do need to check the animals again. Alright, nothing. You got some weird birds that came in? Alright, interesting. Checking animals to see if anything dangerous has come in. If they're predators on the mini-map, it will show a big, like, a claw. A red claw on the map, so at the moment I don't really have anything to worry about. As far as my own pets, I should probably get to training them up. So they'll immediately start training up the animals. It goes in stages, so like this, trained guard 51% chance, succeeded, but I need to succeed 3 times in order for them to be fully trained in guard. So, I don't recall what guard does specifically in the base game, but once they are trained in guard for these animals, I believe they will start cleaning dirt. So they will start going around keeping the home zone, which is pretty much just what I've outlined here, just the area that I live in. They will start sweeping up all the dirt that's around. Right now everything is dirt, so it doesn't really matter. But once I have floors in, they will start sweeping up and keeping it clean, keeping it nice. Dirt affects the cleanliness of, say, the kitchen. So you want your kitchen to be clean so that you don't cook bad food. You want your bedrooms to be clean so that they look nicer and people are happy about it. You want your hospitals clean, of course, so that you don't get infections when you tend to people, stuff like that. So for the beginning, until I get some of my pets trained up, a lot of the day-to-day stuff will be slowing me down. And that's kind of the balance for me going with a small colony, is if I only had 4 people and nobody to do the day-to-day stuff like cleaning and planting and stuff like that, then it'd just slow me down that much more. So the animals I've kind of added to be able to have a small colony. Let's see, what else? You may notice that a lot of these heal roots are glowing, as well as the ambrosia up here. So I kind of added a mod that makes them glow so you can see them a little bit better, get a quick idea of how many are in the terrain, I guess. So if you are in need of emergency healing root, you can just, here it is, ready to harvest, go over, grab it, bring it back. So that's a couple of mods I added. What else is there? So this area down to the south of where I have planned to make my base as I mentioned, is all mud and water. There is a way to take care of that. There is a moisture pump that is in the game. Normally, it is very slow, and in order to take care of an area this size, would probably take uh, upwards of a year in game to completely suck all the moisture out and make it dry ground. A mod I added does increase that speed. I don't remember how fast it is, but I think it would be able to take care of something like this in a season in the game rather than an entire year. Alright, where did we already mine? We did already mine that. Okay, I suppose I could have looked at my inventory up at the top right, or top left. Let's get some things. Put it back to normal speed. Let me get some things. Is it production? It is production. Let's get a fueled stove because I don't have all that much power to spread around. Only 1,000 watts. So I'd like to prevent that as much as possible. So we'll go with a fueled stove. We've got plenty of wood that we can use for cooking. Build a stove so we can get some of this taken care of. And how about I actually hunting party? Oh, what's going on? Okay, so a hunting party has arrived, and just a bunch of ratkin. And apparently, well, it says they're ratkin. They don't look like rats. Are you sure they're the iron ratkin? Anyway, they've stopped by to hunt some animals in my area. They'll hunt for a few hours and then move on. Immediately started shooting at this bird, and this bird is getting revenge on them. Not necessarily going to be to any good effect, but they certainly have some good weapons. Oh, and the birds are spitting. So I'm kind of interested in this going on, just because if they injure one of these people, I can then rescue them and get some good standing with whatever faction they're with. But it looks like, for the most part, at least 2 of them have gotten that taken care of. This guy is hunting a deer. This guy is hunting a mega sloth. Well, good luck with that one. I have a feeling I'm about to get... Oh, it's bio-coated. Well, that sucks. Well, I have a feeling I'm about to get some riot armor, at least. Because that guy has decided to hunt this great big guy right here. And it's probably not going to go well for him. Hopefully he doesn't cause too much trouble for me. And I suppose I should be ready just in case. Alright, you are the melee character. No, not equip. Equip it as a sidearm, because you already have a bow equipped. That is another mod I have currently. It's called Simple Sidearms. It allows me to equip small weapons as a secondary weapon, so I'm not just reliant on a single weapon. So I have a bow as my primary weapon. If they get into melee, they will switch to their knife, hopefully. So like down here in the sidearms menu, I think they are selecting the knife as, let's see, use range weapons according to skill or passion. So I'm going to say use range weapons for now, Hopefully they will switch to melee if they get into melee. But I'm doing this because if this guy is going to anger this sloth and not survive, then I'm going to have to deal with the sloth myself. So, we'll see. Alright, so he is, already not doing well. Oh, but apparently I'm helping out because, well, it's an angered thing. It is maddened. It is a manhunter. So his health is not doing good. He has 6 hours. I might as well draft up, get the two of them over here, get this taken care of. He's got his friend right here too. Might help. Oh. And it's down. It looks like he's gonna take it. That's fine. Yeah? Is that what he's doing? Yeah. Okay. So he's taking it. He's leaving with it. Hunting party is taken care of. They have left one of theirs behind because he decided to take on more than he could handle. So now we can undraft. We have gotten ourselves a bio-coated shotgun, which we can't use, but we have gotten a steel gladius as well. And my characters don't really care about what kind of meat they eat. They'll eat animal meat, they'll eat human meat, they'll eat insect meat. They're basically carnivores. They don't care. But what I was going to do is try to set this up, my cooler up, to take food. So priority we want as normal. So that's where we would prefer the food to be stored, is in those. And then I've got a stockpile that I'll put down because animals don't necessarily interact with these storage boxes. So I put a storage down, clear all, no rotten food, or only food. So now the animals will, if they're the ones hauling the food, they will drop it off in the freezer, and then eventually my people will take it from the floor, put it in the storage. So that's how I plan that to happen. One thing I want to change about butchering is, instead of taking to the best stockpile, just drop it on the floor and let somebody else move it. That way they'll get to butchering the next creature faster. What's going on up here? Oh, hello. You should not be up there. Run away. Run away very quickly. And this stuff, do not allow. So they've angered the bugs because, unfortunately, I had forgotten that there is some insect jelly up here, and I did. I hit the allow all button, which allows colonists to haul anything that is not restricted, or it unrestricts everything. And apparently I had forgotten that there was insect jelly up there, so now I have to run away. And I'm not doing so good. Death in 6 hours. I am immortal, so I will heal a little bit, but yeah, that's not good. So they're gonna need to go to bed, get some rest. Death in 6 hours doesn't, it would probably mean death, I think. I don't know how fast that's gonna drop down. They do have healing of their own, but as soon as they get into bed and start resting, Uh, Azami there will uh, go in and take priority as a surgeon or a nurse or a doctor or whatever that's considered. I think doctor is what it's considered. And so as soon as they're done feeding this person, they should be tending to Akane. So they will be patching all of this up. Um, Again, since I don't have any medicine, they can't use any medicine. And as they get patched up, so bleeding 392% is now dropped down to 330, and death in 7 hours instead of 6. So I can kind of speed this up a little bit. I have no problems with this. When they got into trouble, they haven't lost anything. They just took a bunch of hits all over their body, but they'll survive. And they'll have to have some bed rest before they can go back to doing stuff. So that could have been bad if I hadn't have, if that little notification hadn't popped up. And what that notification was actually is I have a health level mod. So anytime you take a hit, you get health experience. And every level of health increases, I believe it increases the standard health by 1%. So torsos normally have 40 health. So since it's leveled up to level 1, my torso now has 44 health. There's another hunting party? I mean, okay. What are you guys deciding to hunt now? Also, there's one of these that has showed up at some point. As long as you guys aren't hunting that, I'm okay. You're hunting a doe, you're hunting a raccoon, ibex. Oh, I see. Well, that's one of the things I want to have as a pet. So, I may get into a fight for this. But on the other hand, apparently this creature is immortal. What happens is I've set it so that every creature has a chance to spawn immortal. So, and there's also a chance that there's a difference between hidden immortality and visible immortality. I think it's like a 20% chance for that. I don't remember what I set it as. So every creature, well, almost every creature, mechanoids do not have a chance. Every living creature has a chance to be immortal. I don't recall what I set that percent at. I think it was probably 20%. So 1 in 5, maybe less for animals. I can't remember. It's been a little bit since I played with those settings. And then there's a chance that it is visible immortality, which means that it shows up on their health tab. So these 3 hunters could be immortal themselves, but it just doesn't show it. And I won't know it until they revive from falling. Oh, I suppose there's a 4th hunter over here. Forgot about that one. I mean, it looks like I'm heading over here to tame it. So maybe I'll get to it before he does. Again, maybe not. Oh, what just happened? Hold on. The game crashed. Wonderful. All right. So much for stability. Let me get this started back up again. Hold on. All right. I apologize about that. Um, might be a few minutes till the game comes back. Uh, so I guess I'm just going to chat with you guys for a bit. So I'm not sure what happened there. It could possibly be some conflict with the fact that they were hunting an animal and I was trying to tame it at the same time. Could be because they were hunting an animal that's a modded animal. I don't know. For all I know, it could be the fact that that animal was immortal. Um, could be a number of things. Hopefully, that's not going to happen again because it does take a few minutes for the game to come back up because it has to, well, load 289 different mods. So, again, sorry about that. Um, and it is going to backtrack a little bit because I believe it auto saves once a day. So, whatever time of day that happens, it could be of up to, of course, 24 in-game hours that I might have to redo. So hopefully it wasn't that much and I can get right back into it. But I'm guessing that the both of those conflicts that I just dealt with, I'm either going to have to do again or they're not going to happen because uh, just because they happen the first time doesn't mean they're guaranteed to happen again. So the whole walking up and dealing with the insects, of course, um, is preventable, especially now that I've been made aware of it again. Um, so I might just fix that problem immediately. But uh, the hunters arriving is, of course, a random event that happens. And just because a random event was rolled as hunters gathering one time doesn't mean that it's going to happen again a second time. It could be animals get flu, or there's a blight on your crops, or something like that. So, unless it auto saved within their between the time that they arrived and the time it crashed, which was a very short window, um, that event might not happen. Heck, depending on when uh, that creature arrived that I want to tame or happened, that might not be there either. Let's see. So again, we're just waiting for a large number of mods to initialize, I guess. So again, sorry about that. Uh, it is unfortunate. I'll if I'm able to check later, I'll see if it well modding itself. I I'm not an in-depth modder, I guess. I like modding games, but I don't necessarily understand the intricacies that are involved in modding such a game. So if something goes wrong, I don't really know what it is that I would need to fix. All right. Let me just load the autosave up here real quick and find out where it is left off. Or just about. All right. There's that. Back into the game. Apparently I was looking at it. Might have been while I was describing about the water. So, alright, it looks like it was before the insect incident, but after the first raid, I'll just let it go like this. Are these birds still here? Okay, so it was before the first hunt as well. So that has been taken back. So I guess I've got to set all this stuff up again. So I want food in here, food in here. I want the zone down here for food. Clear everything except food. This can be low priority. These can be normal. Then I may have to make some minor adjustments as the game goes on. And then this storage, do not allow rotten. But allow all except food. No corpses, no chunks, no terraformation or road equipment or buildings. And then I guess I can just copy that to here. That can be low priority, this can be normal. I do want to add these to it, just so they're not taking up space. Okay, and now they'll start moving all the food into the fridge and leaving all the items down here and cleaning up the floor and putting it in the stockpile, hopefully. What else? Low food, but that's only because we're currently moving the food. I need to build a stove again. Yeah, just gonna build a normal wood burning stove. It doesn't use mechanical parts or electrical parts, so it's just gonna use iron. That's good enough. And then what else was I doing? Crops are planted. Storage, the dumping stockpile is still okay. I'm actually going to add a new stockpile down here, now that I'm thinking about it. Just out of the way, away from everyone, and it's only going to allow rotten corpses. So what's going to happen is if a corpse ever rots, because there's a thing, oh, sorry. I had to get the chat back on screen. If a corpse ever rots because of a disease called scaria in the game, so basically 60% of the time, if an animal has scaria disease, then there's a 60% chance that they will rot immediately. And in the new Rimworld, when something starts rotting, it gives off a cloud of rot gas or whatever it's called. So, and that can infect anyone that sits in the gas too long. So to prevent that, instead of having it stored near base, I have a space, just, who is this? Where did you come from? Alright. Well, apparently there is just somebody, just a skeleton from somewhere. So all the rotting corpses will be put out of the way, out of sight, so that the colonists don't have to worry about it. So yeah, what else is there? I'm not certain if I'll be able to figure out what caused the crash, because the game itself crashed. So there's no logs for me to, or at least I don't think I've set it up to have logs made of what the game was doing. And that's okay, because as I said, I don't necessarily know the intricate programming side of modding. And so if it happens again, it happens again. I had done a bunch of testing, and that never happened. Looks like my colonists are idle again, so I should give them a research table. Do I have enough bones? I do not, so it's going to have to be made out of wood. So we're going to have a couple of research tables here, so they can start researching. Also, some animals are getting tamed, so we'll just increase the amount of taming that they need to do there. And now they can begin research, because you can only tame animals so much. Or you can only tame them a specific number of times a day or something like that. They have a cooldown between taming. What else is going on? Okay, so we've got a bunch of stuff that I want to deconstruct, because it's just sitting out here, it's doing nothing, and I could make good use of a lot of these materials. So I kind of want to get some of this deconstructed and then be able to use them in my own construction projects when they come about. So since they have nothing to do other than taming animals and researching, I'll give them a few things that they can do. There will be times, of course, where I want the research to be done, and it may be, I don't want to say boring, but there may be times that I want them to specifically work on research rather than other things. So I suppose I could go into their work policies. And which one is better at research? Zame is. So I could tell them... Oops, wrong one. I could tell them to be a little bit more focused on research than other things. So they'll still do a lot of their other jobs that they've been asked to do, but instead of being something they do after everything else is taken care of, they might decide to do some research. I have actually added a mod where I can just tell them to prioritize research, which isn't something that you can normally do in the game. Normally, research is just something they do on their own time. So I just added that mod just in case there were situations where, you know, they've done some research, they left it at 99%. There's only 2 more points before the research is done. I want situations where I can then just say, hey, finish it up, it's going to take 2 seconds. Then you can go do whatever you were wanting to do. But for the most part, I like to let them do whatever, or I like to let them do whatever they want. Well, not whatever they want, but I like them to choose when to do the things that they've been asked to do. So we're running a little bit low on wood. We're down to 100 at this point, it seems. So I'm going to chop some more of that because I don't want my stove to run out of fuel. And I should probably start thinking about cooking some simple meals. So we're gonna do that until we have a certain amount. 4 should be enough for now. Pause when satisfied, and unpause at 2, I guess. And I only want them to use rice and corn. We don't have corn yet, of course. And other things once I have access to them. Chicken. And I get, as I said, these guys are basically carnivores, so they don't really care. So human meat and insect meat is fine as well. Other races, of course, might not like that. So, you know, maybe this prisoner down here might not like the fact that he's going to be eating human or insect meat at some point. But, oh well. And then, now we'll start, hopefully, cooking. Maybe not. Maybe animals are taking priority over cooking. And then since we're getting so much wood, or one of the reasons why I want the wood is because I'm gonna start taking care of some of the floors. I'll start with the bedroom. No. We'll start with the kitchen. Where is it? There it is. So where all the food is going to go. Start with that first. Then we'll worry about storage in the bedroom, stuff like that. I do also want to make a separate prison area because this prison is just basically I'm keeping him there. He's unhappy because he's in a small room, like he's in a confined interior. He's in serious pain for some reason. Heat stroke, is it that hot? I suppose it is. Might want to do something about that. What can I make? Temperature. Suppose I can make an over-the-wall vent. Let the outside temperature in. And it doesn't really seem all that different. Or maybe he's just not very tolerant of heat. I don't know. Heat. No, temp. Max comfortable temperature 78 degrees. Okay. That might be average. I don't know. But it is warmer in his room than it is outside for some reason. And that could possibly be because, well, he's generating body heat and he is in a very confined room. I get it. When I run long sessions of streaming, you know, I turn off the air conditioning and the fans so that I don't have any background or as little background noise as I possibly can. Uh, and so when the 6 or so hours are over, uh, I certainly enjoy turning the air conditioner on. Okay, so it looks like we have tamed uh, this animal enough to be able to start chopping down trees. So, let me have a look here. Yeah, we have tamed or trained their attack skill, which I guess means that they can now chop down trees, probably plant crops and harvest them. So that'll start making things a little better. Things will be able to progress a little faster. We're still deconstructing the floor over here. And apparently the other one's asleep. Now we're playing some chess. Eventually, like right now, I am using wood-fired generators. One of the things I intend to research sooner than later is some geothermal power, because there are geothermal vents and they produce a lot of power for a single building. So, like, oh, what's going on? Medical emergency? Oh, he is not doing well in there. Alright, as soon as this taming is done, build this wall vent. Alright, that should get the temperature going down a bit. And hopefully he will be okay. It's still going up at the moment. Well, I don't know. If it continues to go up, I might do something else about it. Again, I might not. He is a prisoner. He attacked me. We're just keeping him there for now. Okay, so what's going on? Okay, so it looks like Azami has decided to do some research. Akane has gone to sleep. The animals look like they are... Oh, are you able to plant crops? I suppose 2 of them are now trained up. Also, as far as their names go, that's just basic names. I didn't name them specifically. I certainly can change their names at any time if that's something you guys would want. I'd be okay with that as long as it's, you know, Twitch and YouTube safe. But other than that, here's another mod I did. Is just a visual one. Ambrosia normally has like this weird green, blends in with the background way too much. As I mentioned, I gave a glow to them for a mod, but I also added a mod that just changes them to be like these little blue flowers instead. So they're much easier to see when they're fully grown. You know, they're 70% grown at the moment. I think they look slightly bigger once they're fully grown, and so it allows me to see them just that much better. And the reason behind, I guess, the attention that I've provided to Ambrosia is the fact that some of these animals actually provide ambrosia as well. Like their tech tree actually has food that you can make out of ambrosia, and I think like a unique resurrecting serum that you can make out of like hundreds of ambrosia. So not anytime soon, but an alternate recipe for being able to bring people back, I guess. And while I'm thinking about it, the animals, I should probably make some animal sleeping spots. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 should be enough for now. I don't think I have 6 of them. I only have 5. So a little bit of future proofing. And yeah, we'll get that going. And looks like we're still hauling things in. Oh, we're starting to lay down the floor, finally. Getting that taken care of, making it a little bit cleaner, a little bit more beautiful. And it doesn't really cost that much wood. The drawback, of course, is everything is made out of wood. So if there's a fire, it's going to spread everywhere and be that much more difficult to get under control. I'm just letting them take care of a lot of stuff. Once both of them are researching, then I'll add a few more things for them to do. But it looks like there's still a bunch of stuff to haul. Possibly a few more things to craft, or maybe take care of the cotton here shortly. Maybe not. And prototyping is still locked behind progress. I am kind of waiting on that to be able to craft a comms console so we can start communicating with spaceships and stuff like that. Get a little bit more trading coming in through here. Maybe talk to some of the other settlements. All right, we've got well, there's a carnivore there, and we've gotten one over here. Okay, so we have a couple of carnivores on the map. Shouldn't be too bad. Looks like there's plenty of other animals for them to eat in the time being. So let's see, what else are we doing? Taming animals, and we're sleeping. Fair enough. We only have 3 components. I might want to mine some of these ores in here. We're going to need components for the comms console and for research benches and stuff like that when it comes to it. Okay, so another thing I suppose I can do is deconstruct some of this ancient technology that's just sitting around. Like an ancient generator probably has some things. Another thing we've got is a anima tree. An anima tree is a way to get for tribal characters to get psionic powers and such like that. My current characters are not tribal, so they won't be able to really benefit from it all that much. But if I do end up with a tribal character, I could have them meditate next to the tree and get some psychic powers. Alright, some other things that we can deconstruct here. Let's get that going. A mod that I've added that is a fairly common one is called Steel Doesn't Burn. So, I mean, it does what it says. It makes it so that steel walls, steel items do not catch on fire. The base game says otherwise. Normally, for some reason, you can take a flint and steel or a lighter or whatever, and you can just go up to a steel wall and light it on fire, and the fire will spread. A lot of people, including myself, don't really think that's logical. So I've added a mod that makes it so that steel cannot burn. So if you make your entire base out of steel, you don't have to worry about somebody starting it on a fire and burning the entire steel building down. I know steel can melt in high temperatures. I understand that. But it's not the same as lighting a tree on fire. Looks like we've got another raid coming in. Not a Twitch raid, but a Rimworld raid. Group of Neanderthals are attacking immediately, and since this is no longer the first fight, we are actually using the full threat points of 87. So this guy, being a Neanderthal, means that he has a lot of strong stuff. So, of course, he's got a hulking body, or standard body, not very smart, not very social, but he's aggressive, he does a lot of melee damage, he's a little slower, he does have a strong immunity, so things like that. So, he's a good bruiser, and he has come equipped with a wooden club and a knife, so I don't want to be in melee with him. Looks like he's an optimist, though. Hey, but he's an optimist and capable of caring. It doesn't look like he's immortal, so that might be good. I think I still have a bow equipped on both my characters. Good. Oh, is he attacking immediately? He is attacking immediately. So I should draft you up, bring you back over here, and you draft up and go outside as well. Slow it down to normal speed because it is combat at this point. Another thing is, I am not wearing any armor yet, so I do have to be careful. I am probably going to kite him around a bit, you know. Once he goes after one person, just keep shooting with the other person, and then I may need to just switch it back and forth. Just weird to do. That makes steel catch on fire. Yeah. And I think initially it was for game balance. Like, steel is used in so much construction, but I just don't agree with it. And as I said, a lot of other people don't either. So that's a mod I've added in. It's not really going to change. Oh, switch targets. Keep running away. It's not really going to change all that much, especially with the number of mods I've added in. You know, steel isn't the end-all be-all of construction. There are some other things I can't remember if I left tiered concrete in the game or as a mod that I've added. I had thought about it. So if I did leave that in the game, that's probably one that's better than steel. Um, there is, of course, stone that you can build with, which is almost as strong, but cannot be set on fire normally. So I don't know. I just don't know why the decision was made to make steel flammable. Oh, nope. Get out of melee. Okay. It took a hit. It was only a bruise, so that's okay. It's getting a little slower because we keep wounding him. And so, like, he's gonna die in 9 hours from blood loss. But, like, his moving is down to 50% because of how much damage he's taken. So now we can kind of get a few more shots off in between, kiting him around. This isn't necessarily the best way to do fighting. Some people get upset with doing the minute manipulations of the characters like this. But for the moment, as I've said, my characters have no armor. So I want them, and I've only got 2 of them, so I want to make sure that they live. Getting kind of close. Oh, yeah, you just hit me. Again, just bruises, should be okay. And I already have 1 prisoner and don't have a prison cell large enough for more unless I expand it. So I don't think I'm gonna capture this guy. He did survive being taken down, but at this point I'm just gonna finish him off and undraft. And just allow all the stuff that he dropped. Or apparently we are going to just ignore him. Alright, well. I guess our characters are just too tired to deal with it at the moment. Or maybe not. I don't know. Oh. Oh, I see. We may have dropped him, but he apparently tried to stand back up, pick up his stuff, and try to leave. Or try to continue fighting. I don't know. But immediately fell back down again due to blood loss. So, alright, that's been taken care of. We'll just speed time back up again, now that we're no longer in danger. And get back to whatever we were doing. I do want to take care of these insects before too much longer, but I'd also like to get more than just a bow to deal with them. One mod I added, you may have noticed earlier that there are a bunch of tiered bows. I do want to eventually make use of that, but I do know that the lower tier bows are much weaker than the bows I've got. So the bows I have currently do 11 damage pretty much every 1.3 seconds. The tiered bows, the first level of tiered bows, only do 2 damage every second, I think. So it would take quite a bit to get them up to a point. I think a third of the tech tree for those tiered bows get them up to the point where they're equivalent to a normal bow. And then from that point, they do get better. But that's a long ways out, I think. Or at least more than I want to deal with at the moment. I've got some more animal training that we can do. Do that. Didn't I set up a bill for cooking? Doesn't look like you can't cook. Maybe they just haven't gotten around to it. I suppose I do keep adding more things for them to do. And we have a new pet. Actually, I'll just set it all like that. They'll get their training done as they get to it. And again, at this point, the animals are trained enough that it will help with some of the work, you know, cutting trees, taking care of the plants, maybe even mining if I choose it, which I have, but I guess they can't do it yet, otherwise they probably would be at this point. Ambrosia is not quite ready to harvest, but that'll be something we can use or sell in the future. Got another thing we can deconstruct over here. Actually, a couple things. I am going to leave this Exostrider for the moment. I don't plan on making use of mechanoids. I might in the future. Oh, got an achievement through the vanilla expanded achievements mod. So let me just slow this down a moment. So I've got achievements that I can try to work towards, get points for them. You know, just a bunch of miscellaneous things like have 7 colonists, 12 colonists, such and such. Probably not going to be doing those, but they give points. I have 40 points at the moment, and I can redeem the points for various things. So I can spend 10 points to summon a raid if things are getting especially slow. Apparently my prisoner died due to heat stroke. I had forgotten about that. Oh well. I can summon a trade caravan. I can make a random event happen. Stuff like that. And, you know, I get points depending on various things that I accomplish. And there's quite a few of them that can be done. It's just a little mod I thought might be interesting. Might help with some of the times where things get to be too slow. So there we are. There's another achievement. Get 100 human meat. That's perfectly fine. Why do I have food sitting next to the bed? Did somebody get the late night munchies for raw rice? Oh well. Okay, so what we got some more things we can deconstruct. What are you doing currently? Oh, you're currently mining down here, getting some components for the soon-to-be electronics that we're going to need. Still can't make any prototypes, but we'll get to it. Alright, so we've got more things over here. Nope, I guess you deconstructed most of the things. Alright. Any animals? Nope. Doesn't look like there's any new animals that I care about. And also, this beginning part is probably going to be a little slow. Not as much happening now as there will probably be in the future. One of the reasons why I want to get a comms console so quickly is because I've added a mod called Rimdeed, um, which allows me to recruit people through basically a recruitment uh, something or other. So basically, I hop on the console, say, hey, I'd like the possibility of a recruit, somebody to join my party, and they'll be like, okay, here's a free trial. We'll send you one person, see if you like it, and then I can hire them, and they'll send them to me if I want them. All right, we've got a transport pod crash. So somebody up in space, or no, transport pod is transporting from places on the planet. So basically, one mode of transportation is people get put into a pod, you're launched, basically catapulted to another point in the world. Apparently, in this case, a malfunction happened and they crashed near me. And because they crashed, they are currently wounded. They are in very bad condition, death in 5 hours. So they've had a couple of stabs, one in the tail, one in the leg, one in the head. That one is probably the one that's causing them to be bleeding out so quickly. But they're also an enemy, it seems. What are they like? Okay, so they are... they're a bully, apparently. So they have the brawler trait. They're good at melee, mining, cooking and animals they like, but most of their skills aren't that great. They're incapable of nothing, which is good. I mean, I'll capture them and patch them up, but because I can't rescue them. If they were a neutral colony, I could try to rescue them and ask them to join me. But since they're an enemy, my only option is capturing them and then convincing them to join me. So for the moment, I will capture, excuse me, I will capture them and try to keep them healthy. If they survive, I can then also release them and get some renown towards their faction. So part of the reason why they're upset with me, I think, is if I head out here. So normally, if you have a town within 4 tiles of another town, they will consider that too close, and in the basic game, you cannot place a colony within 4 tiles of another one. So that in itself is restricted. Since I am playing with a tiny world, so the world itself is much smaller than standard, I've also added a mod to remove the restriction of how close cities can be to each other. That being said, it also came with an option to reduce the faction annoyance of being within 4 tiles. So I'm guessing they're from, well, maybe not. Maybe they are actually from the hostile one. I thought they might be from this one that's right next to me. So the closer you are to a city, once or twice every quarter or season, your faction relations will go down because they don't want you that close to their city. So these three cities that I am right next to, I will have to keep relations good with them as much as I can because they will gradually hate me more and more as time goes by. Uh, and so I had thought that this was from one of those three places, but apparently not. They're just from a place that doesn't like me to begin with. Alright, so in this case, uh, they don't really have any gear that I want. They're not really all that great of a colonist. So I think once they are healed up, I will probably release them, let them go back to their colony, and I will get some good relations with the colony. Just take them out? Yeah, I could. But there is the alternate thing, you know, of trading with them. And being this close, they can be some of my best trading partners. Oh, what is this? Oh, okay, so we have now researched enough that we can now start making prototypes of anything in this research tree, or in microelectronics. So any of these items that's not restricted by other things like a multi-analyzer, sterile materials and such. So these top items I can now try to make prototypes of. And normally if I have enough components and steel, I would make a bunch of research stuff. But I don't have that much at the moment because I did this research first rather than putting it off like I sometimes do. So since it's first, I want to make a communications console, which I think is in here. And so I want to put that right there. And we're going to have to run some power to it, I guess. So we'll put some power conduits through the walls, something like that, so we can plug it in. Some other mods I've added is power conduits normally just lie on the ground and look ugly and stuff like that. I've added a mod so that it makes them invisible, effectively putting them underground. So we're running a cable through the ground rather than lying on the ground. And also, another mod that I'd forgotten is smaller workstations. So, like this research bench is supposed to be 2x3. So it's supposed to take up 6 spots rather than the one that it does. I made it that way because, again, I like compact plans. I don't want a base that's taking up 3/4 of a map just to be effective. I don't want rooms that are gigantic just because they need to be. Stuff like that. So some of these, of course, look like their textures might be a little squished because they weren't necessarily meant to be a one-tile thing. Doctor request opportunity. What is this? Someone has sent us a message. Someone in a caravan nearby is in urgent need of a doctor. Great opportunity to improve relations with their faction, but beware, a poor doctor can cause more harm than good. Accidentally killing the patient might anger their faction. Well, understandable. And that's out in the world somewhere. All the way over here. Across the mountains. It's a bit far for me. For the moment, at least. Until I get, somebody better at being a doctor. Um, we're not that great right now. We've got a 5 and a 4 in those skills. Um, we're not very good doctors yet. So, we need to practice ourselves. And that's another reason why I capture, um, oh, alright, Tex has gotten an infection. You may want to take a look at that soon, maybe once you're done taming. Okay. So we'll take care of this infection here. Probably not going to be great. It's at 4.9. The immunity is at 5. Immunity is ahead of the infection. So at the moment, there shouldn't be a problem. The reason why they got infected is, of course, because we don't have a proper hospital. I don't necessarily take as much care of the prisoners as I would the colonists. So, they're just on a sleeping spot on the ground, in the dirt, in a small, cramped room. Probably not the best for recovering your health. So, if they survive, then I still plan to release them. They are still barely keeping ahead of the infection. So maybe what I should do is just allow herbal medicine and just snag a couple of these. Just harvest fully grown ones. Do not need anything but a dirt floor. That's true. I mean, they're the ones, well, this one in particular didn't come attack me. They just happened to crash in a bad spot. So, I mean, it's unfortunate for them that we just happen to be enemies. I do plan on building a better prison facility for anyone I want to take better care of. Some quests are like are a situation where like the royalty. Oh, I built my comms console. The royal factions are like, hey, we have these 3 prisoners. We want to we want you to hold on to them for a while we get a prison set up or something like that. And in those cases, I would want to have a better facility for taking care of prisoners than I currently have. Right now, it's just whatever. I don't really care about the prisoners. I may make more of them as I need them, as I get raided from other factions. But for now, it seems okay. Alright, so this comms console, as soon as you are done taming this pet, just a little more, come on. I slowed it down because I didn't want to get things going too fast while I do this. Okay, I've trained the pet. Come over here to the console. So I can call up any faction. That's what these first groups are for. But then over here, apparently I can learn at a comms console. I don't know what that's about. And then summon a Diabolus threat required. Okay, that's the Mechanator. That's that mech component over in the ruined stuff over there that I was talking about earlier. And cannot analyze. This is a prototype. Okay, so I guess if we had a normal one, we could analyze it for research. Makes sense that I can't build one and then analyze it for the research that I'm researching it for. So right here is Rimworld, recruitment website. So if I get them to do this, I'm just going to come over to the comms console and we're going to get this. Rimworld. We have over 1,000 plus applicants available for service. Hire now. Go to the service packages. Orbital trader beacon required. Okay. Good to know. That means before I can do that, I need to build a prototype trade beacon. So a trade beacon basically has an area of effect, looks like about 7 radius, um, where you build it. Anything within that radius uh, is considered an item that you can sell to a um, orbiting ship. So anything that's within range of a trade beacon, you can sell to ships. Some items basically have one as default for their storage. I think freezers have it just because you can store some food in a freezer that is away from your normal storage place. So the mod creators kind of did a good thing and made it act like a trade beacon as well, if it needs to be. What are you doing now? Oh, you're learning. What are you learning? Is it? It must have been intellectual. Okay, that's kind of cool. So yeah, it looks like I need a trade beacon because this is effectively a trading with a ship in space, by the sounds of it, for new colonists. So, as I said, I'm gonna hop on the console, get them to send me a free trial, I guess. So they're gonna send one random person that is in their stores and be like, hey, is this person up to what you're looking for? And I can say yes or no. If I say no, then I don't get them. If I say yes, then within 24 in-game hours, they will be sent in a drop pod to my location, and they will join the colony. They will not have the same, what is this? Rimworld calls it a weird name, an ideology. So they won't have the same ideology as me, so I would have to convert them, basically. But that might be a thing to think about, because usually when your colonists have, of course, needs, quite a few needs, in fact. I just noticed something with one of the pets. Oh, they're not. There we are over here. This one has a bond with Akane, so they want it to be. They want to be bonded with the pet. So I just switched that over so that they are the person that interacts with the pet all the time, rather than somebody else. If a bond happens with another one, that's fine. So having a bond with a pet can be good, can be bad. I don't know where it is in here, but usually because you're bonded with a pet, you'll get a mood boost. If you're not bonded with the pet, you'll get a mood penalty. No more inspired recruitment. Okay, that's fine. Now, why aren't you guys building this? Are you just too busy to build it? You've got the steel, you've got the components. I guess you're just too busy to build it at the moment. So, wake up. Go do stuff. Get your guys' sleeping schedule. Oh, you are building it now. They tried to build it. They are now level 8 construction. That's good. Okay, because it's a prototype, as you can see, it was built at 22 health out of the 75. So it wasn't built to code, and it's broken down. So it needs the electronics inside it replaced again. So effectively it uses one more component than it normally would because they have to fix it. So now that that's built, they're now repairing it, and now it's fully repaired. Now, you're not the social person, you are. You can call the recruitment website up, and we'll do a free trial. Try one application on us. So, there we go. Thank you for your request. You may receive an applicant next day. So, within 1 to 3 working days, whatever a working day is in this world. So we'll get one of those. We'll get a notice on the side that it's ready. So hopefully we'll get someone good. If not, then I'll show what happens next. Alright, so this is what I was thinking of earlier. So here's the faction proximity. Because I'm so close to other factions, they feel you're encroaching on their territory. For the last quadrum, faction relations have been reduced by 10, 20, and 30, depending on how close I am to their cities. So the 2 that are reduced by 30 are the ones that are right next to me. The 20 is one further away, and then the 10 is furthest away. A couple of these I do care about. One of them I don't think I do. I think that was 4. 1, 2, no, 1, 2, 3. Okay. It's this rabbit one all the way over here. So they started out as hostile to me. I don't really care about them at the moment. I may make them friends later. I don't know. Depends on my interactions with them. They tend to be a militaristic style, so when they send in their troops, they're gonna have, their World War I, World War II style, I guess, equipment. They're gonna have their metal caps that'll protect them. They're gonna have their tactical vests, I guess. And then they tend to use guns. They are a more of a modern faction, I guess, than other ones are. And maybe World War I and II is not the right description. They might be more modern than that. I can't remember. Alright, so we've got ambrosia up here that looks like it's ready to harvest. So we'll go ahead and take care of that. And normally this stuff is not something I want around because it's technically a drug. And my characters are actually, if I go here, one of their perks or penalties is they're teetotaler. They will not, basically they won't have anything to do with drugs, no matter what. So they won't go on a binge of drugs. They won't use them for recreation, stuff like that, which is both good and bad depending on the descriptions of things, because like these would be considered like well, let's check the description here. What is it, a soporific or something like that? If eaten too often, it can generate a mild addiction. It does increase their mood. They get a chemical high, stuff like that. So definitely considered a drug, but some mods consider things like, and for good reason, some mods consider things like tea and coffee and stuff like that. Just, things you would normally think of as a normal drink as drugs, which, they have caffeine in them. It's technically true. But some mods also consider soda a drug, or chocolate, things like that. And so it's both good and bad, I guess. But personally, I consider more of the harder drugs like over here ambrosia. We've got some, I don't know if it's yayo or yayo, uh, and smoke leaf, things like that. I consider more drug-like than others, and most of that stuff I'll just sell to other races. I don't make use of them, but that's just a personal preference. Alright, so we've got that built, we've got that built. Research is coming along fairly well. We're about halfway done, maybe? Or unless I get some more components, which I'll just have a look around. I don't really think I'll find too many. At least not yet. Oh, here's some. Might be a little dangerous to go after those because they're so close to the bugs. Level 7 in animals, that's good. I've got some components just sitting here. So it looks like we've got 3. What would it take for high-tech research? We need 10. Okay, so looks like I'm going to have to mine these up here. Just take it a little careful. Make sure just make sure that I don't disturb the bugs that are up here or get distracted by them and start shooting at them, stuff like that. Here's other stuff. Again, I guess they're just too busy with other things. Lots of animals to tame. But that's okay, because again, once everything is fully tamed, then, and it looks like they've been tamed except for hauling items. So once they're fully tamed, they'll be able to go out and haul things back and forth as well, which is going to be a great help. Alright, we do have 10 components, and we haven't taken these back into the base yet, so why are we at 9 components? Did something just break down? Looks like my trade I saw them just, repairing that a moment. Apparently, trade beacon broke down again. It's a prototype. It's likely to happen, I guess. Okay, did haul those to storage, it looks like. Yeah. This we can deconstruct because it's just fuel. It's an ancient pipeline that we picked up, and I don't know why we were able to pick it up. I have a mod added that I think it's called Minify Everything. So basically I can take anything and uninstall it rather than deconstructing it, just for moving things around. For the most part, I won't use it for things that are supposed to stay in place, like walls. You know, once a wall is built, I'm not going to say that I can just pick it up and set it down somewhere else. Or, you know, these grand stels. I'm not going to use it for that, even though I could. I won't. Something that you'll find with modding games is you kind of have to be your own judge, I guess, on what's fair and what's not fair. The mod that minifies everything, I can go into the mod and say, these are the things that I want to be able to move, these are the things I don't want to move, but with the number of objects that are in the game, that would probably take me an entire night to go through every single object and decide whether or not I want to move it or not. So I'm just leaving it at default. If something happens that, shouldn't happen, like in one of my test games, uh, this ancient exostrider that has the mechanator component, I was raided by uh, a clan. They came in, they were halfway to my base. I was getting ready to fight them. Oh, something's on fire. Guys, you should probably wake up and take care of that, please. Put out the fire. Um, but halfway on their attack, they decided, oh, we're just gonna steal what we can and leave. And they went over to this, uninstalled it, and walked off with it. So, which is something you're not supposed to be able to do. Normally, what you're supposed to do with this is you're supposed to attack it until it explodes, and then retrieve the mechanator component from within some. Excuse me. Retrieve the component from within it. We've got a lot of fires going on here. It's a rainy thunderstorm. I'm gonna expand my home zone to include my crops. That way we will put them out, or put out the fires before they get to the crops. Of course, that has the drawback of, since it's considered my home zone, everything is going to try to keep it clean. And since it's mostly dirt on dirt, they will be sweeping up dirt. But again, that's what the pets are for, a little bit. Let me expand this a little bit further than just my walls, so that when it does get too close, I will go out and take care of it rather than waiting until the wall is actually on fire. That caused a lot of fires, though. Hopefully we get rain again before too much burns, because I think I'm going to need some lumber before too much longer. Alright. Eventually I'll probably have like a fire break of some sort. Cut down the trees, maybe put down some non-flammable material, just so that the fire won't reach my base. Because I think as long as you have... Oh, it's back to a rainy thunderstorm again. At least we're getting the rain with the thunder and lightning. Normally fire can jump as much as 2 squares, as long as there's something for it to catch on fire. So if I put a kind of a firewall, I guess, not really a wall, but an area that's clear of anything that can start on fire, then I won't have to worry about the fire reaching reaching my housing and everything that I live in. But that's something for the future. That's gonna take, I don't know, probably steel, I think. I mean, have a look at the floors. I suppose it could take bone. Oh, somebody formed a bond with an animal. Let's go ahead and allow that to happen. So now you'll be even happier. Looks like Akane is taking the initiative with the animals, which I think they are the animal person, so that makes sense. And Still have raiders up here. We've got the bugs. Alright, you guys are still doing okay. You're getting food. You're not worrying about other things. Okay, so... how is the training going? They still have their last bit of training to get taken care of. I need to think about... we have a little bit of cloth for sale, or that we can sell. Oh, we have harvested corn, or we are harvesting corn. Okay, so that harvest is coming in. So it looks like there's either 11 or 22 corn per stalk. Okay, looks like 22, which is a pretty good amount. Let's quickly take care of this fire. Just expand the zone here so we can fight this fire. Of course, all the insects and whatnot just rush in and start cleaning all the ashes that are appearing. Expand it just a little bit more to make sure we get it all taken care of. Because something that the game will do is to prevent too much memory usage for fire. Is once a fire gets big enough, it will try to make weather like rain or something to put the fire out, so it doesn't have to keep calculating it. So I just want to take care of what's near the house so that this doesn't burn. It does look like there's one out in the middle here. Well, I hope the fire doesn't get too out of control, because it really is difficult if you don't realize how much you need lumber until you don't have it. Let's see here. Let's just chop down some wood. This looks like a pretty big patch of wood that's ready to be harvested. And of course, this is right when all the animals are going to sleep. Oh well. At least one of them is nocturnal, so they'll be up taking care of things. And here's the applicant that we applied for. They sent us a Peniel, the serial code from the PNL group. So the PNL is a modded faction I added in. They're a bunch of robots, I think. Maybe they're bionic. I can't remember exactly. Each one has specific things that they're built for. So in this case, this one cannot do plant work, cooking. They cannot care. So they can't be a doctor. They can't take care of children. They're incapable of social, so they can't take care of prisoners. They can't take care of animals. So pretty much everything I need them for, they cannot do. They can. They are very good at mining and construction, though. Anything good? They are an ocean lover. Well, we're not near an ocean. They are kind. They're a dog person. But they just aren't what I'm looking for. So I'm going to have to pass on that. But if I go back in here and go back to the Rimdeed site, I can now go to their service packages, and they have 3 tiers. They have a wood tier, a silver tier, and a gold tier. So a wood tier, I would get basically what I just did. 1 applicant, and it would cost me 1,200 $50 for them to send somebody. Silver tier, they can send 2 to 5 applicants for $5,000. And then the gold tier, they would send 5 VIP applicants, express delivery, so it would be faster. And since they'd be VIP applicants, they would have higher stats, probably be better overall, and that would cost $8,000. And then I can also apparently trade in people I do have in my colony. So if somebody joins me and I find out that I don't really want them, I can trade them in, probably get money for them. I can't remember what exactly happens, but they basically get sent out into this pool of people that can be recruited effectively. Effectively just removing them from my colony without having to say, hey, we're banishing you from this place, never come back, that sort of thing. Because apparently that's that can give negative mood modifiers to your colony for having to turn somebody away. Let's see, I still don't really have much of anything for trade. And I think that's because, well, we haven't really had anyone stop in. We haven't had any traders. We haven't had raiders that I can loot their stuff. Techs here, they are healed up, looks like. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to release them, let them go back to wherever they came from. They can stop eating my food, stop taking up my time. I've got their stuff. I'll leave them with the clothes on their back and they can go home. Anytime that a zombie decides to take care of it. Anytime that they're done with their research. It looks like I forgot to build a file cabinet. I'm going to build one of those. Alright. Off you go. Go ahead and leave. You are now moving away. A zombie is that close to being struck by lightning. In fact, they may have been struck by lightning. They have a burn on their left arm. Alright, I just want to keep an eye on this person as they're leaving. Just kind of want to make sure... Oh, speed things up. I forgot I was on slow speed. Make sure that they're not going to turn around and come back and attack me. Alright, so they left. Relations have changed from -80 to -68. So 12 relation. It's not the best, but it's something. Maybe if they were more important to their colony, it might have been worth more. I don't know. Alright, everyone's asleep, so we're gonna turn up the speed a bit. Animals wake up and they all start chopping down the trees. I guess one thing to look forward to is if the fire does burn down everything, I won't have to worry about it burning down anything. Got some berries around here, sure. Go ahead and harvest all the berries that are ready. Now that all the animals are awake, they can go and grab berries. We'll have some more things that we can use for food. More things to train the animals with, I guess. Now, have had a couple people stop by, so all we have, it looks like, are just melee weapons. I don't really want to go into fighting bugs with melee. Did I give them anything? No, I didn't. Alright. Let me just grab a club, maybe? How much damage is a club? 5.6 versus 6.5. Okay. How about a 5.6? Alright, so the club is about equal to a steel knife. What about the kite knife? Kite knife does more damage. So I think I'll grab that and that. Zami is the melee person, so we're gonna put that as your sidearm. And then as soon as Akane wakes up, we'll give her the normal knife as a sidearm, just in case they have to go into melee. Once we are done with this research, and I suppose I could technically move on at right now. I don't have to finish this research unless... You know what? I am going to do that. Hold on. Okay, so I don't have to finish this research with the prototype things that I can do until I want to move on to some of this other stuff. I don't need to finish this research. What I should probably do is go to my my racial tech tree and get some of this research done for clothing, for apparel. Is this what I'm looking for? Just work my way up some of this so I can get, you know, to maybe some of this military clothing. And then I can start getting some armor. And weapons aren't... Oh. Lightning struck the building. Please put out the fire. Thank you. And that way I can start armoring these folk up and protect myself. And by the looks of things, it shouldn't take too much. We've got a bunch of materials that we can study, and the amount of studying we can do is like percentage based. So like we can do 150 in production experience. That's based off of how much total there is to research. But I guess we are done with everything that we can research on this. Like, maybe we don't have all that many materials? I guess not. Maybe I should try to get more materials as well. Oh well. Okay. Just cleaning up a few things there. Okay, so we've progressed enough that we can make prototypes. So production. Where is it? Might just be at a basic one. Let me look at what we can build. That looks like just clothing. Probably just at your standard clothing bench, or tailor bench, I guess. We've got ratkin stuff here. Maybe at a crafting spot? No. Okay. I'm looking for production. I was in production. Tailor bench. I want an electric one. No, I think I'll just go with a hand tailor bench. It's going to be a bit slower, but that's okay. Alright, so here we are. Here's a psychic drone. This is one of those events that are that target specific genders. So since my colony now only has females in it, it targeted female. So if I had a male prisoner still here, could have been targeting them instead. So right now we're getting a drone. It is doing nothing to us because the characters are psychically deaf. So they have no skill for psychic powers whatsoever. So anything that is psychic also would have no effect on them. Again, it's one of those drawbacks that aren't necessarily a drawback. Alright, we have a huge spider-like creature called a Dunalisk. Adapted to hot climates, wanders through this territory. It seems to be of a much bigger size than usual and is carrying a clutch of eggs on its back. This sounds like a recipe for disaster if not dealt with quickly. Alright, so this is a giant spider. As you can see, it is much larger than anything else nearby. It is part of the mod Alpha Animals, which tends to deal with unique animals, stronger animals, and whatnot. So this, to begin with, is a strong encounter. I do not have the ability to deal with this at the moment. And in addition to that, I have also added in a mod that makes some of these large alpha animals that you would encounter, such as this Dunalisk, stronger than it was originally made to be. So it is an actual threat. So if it's an actual threat to something that is prepared for it, I certainly do not have anything I can do about it. What it's going to do, though, is it's neutral. That's why it's in orange rather than red or blue. It's just going to sit around here. It will attack the wildlife. There's plenty for it at the moment, so I'm not too worried. It is going to start laying eggs. It's already 9% done. And then those eggs are going to hatch into smaller spiders that are also going to prey upon the creatures that are nearby, and can eventually get to be a very dangerous thing to deal with, because once they no longer have animals to eat, they're going to come after us to eat. And I don't think they're going to target the other spiders or the other insects. That being said, if I keep up on it, like every once in a while allowing my characters to go out and, say, pick up the eggs that are laid. Anytime you put an egg in the freezer, it will no longer be fertilized. So if we can pick the eggs up and put them in the freezer, I will negate the danger of the small spiders. And since this is a neutral large spider, it's not going to bother me as long as I don't try to wound it. And it might wander off eventually. Or, if I get a good band of, say, weapon supplier caravan comes rolling through, they're usually going to have, just because they sell weapons, they're usually going to be equipped with better weapons. And if that's the case, I may just wander over to this, take a shot at it or two and lead it back to the big group of people that are unsuspecting and have a lot of heavy weapons, and then they can take care of it for me. But I don't plan to rely on something like that. Eventually, I will take care of it. Alright, so what else do we need to do? So I think kind of want to expand a little bit here, so gonna move this zone a little bit. We're gonna haul all these rocks to one place. Marriage is on. Okay, so looks like Kanaya proposed to Azame, and in the upcoming months or quadrums, as the case may be, they will have a marriage. Unfortunately, there's nobody else to attend to the marriage, so whatever. But it will be a good boost to their morale. We'll put them in high spirits, things like that. So, oh, don't want the animal, just want the rocks. And we're up to level 8 intellectual, and still sitting at almost 5 for the other person. So I can remove that. I am going to leave this notification that the Doomlisk is over here, because I fully expect it to be here once I'm done with the session tonight, which is still going to be a few hours. And I don't want to forget something like this when I start up next week. Alright, so I can add more floors, which I've kind of been putting off. So I add a floor to the bedroom. And actually, we will add Rimworld Trader. A trade ship is passing by. They're known as Leader Import Company. They're Rimworld Traders. They're not affiliated with anyone, but apparently I can call them up on the comms console and say, hey, do we have anything you want to buy? Do you have anything we want to buy? Must build an orbital trade beacon and place a stockpile of items near it. I do already have that. That's why I can trade this stuff, I think. They're not willing to buy any of this stuff, but they are willing to buy some of it. I don't need the uranium, the elephant tusk, yayo, smoke leaf. I guess not the ambrosia either. And then over here they've got quite a few things to sell. Looks like components and advanced components are at a premium. I think. Okay, so materials are some things that looked like I was short on, so I want at least one of each of those so I can research them. Plasteel is also something along those lines. They do have a few weapons in here as well. Not that I can afford them. But maybe they might have a few things. Oh, I'll take a piece of gold. I will eventually need... Actually, you know what? I know I'm going to need 20 gold. I know I'm going to need 20 plasteel for something in the future. I don't remember what. I just know that it requires 20 of each of those. So I think that might be about all I can afford. Selling off all the stuff that I don't want that they'll buy. Yeah, and we're making a little bit of silver profit. So that's not so bad. Then they just drop it off. Literally dropping it. Okay. Now we're getting to work on a new floor for the bedroom. I was gonna build a dresser, I think. Yeah, there's enough room for a dresser there. And an end table there. That'll help with a few bonuses, I think. Make things a little more comfortable for them. Or make it so that they don't need as much time to sleep. Some things like that. And we just got a caravan. From the rabbits, it looks like. They're traders. They're a caravan, which is a type of trading. I don't know exactly what they have for trade. Maybe a little bit of everything. Just a bunch of pack animals. If I were able to, I could try to attack them and take everything that their pack animals have on them, but as I mentioned, I'm not well equipped for the moment. And I think, yeah, these people aren't, they don't have modern technology. They're more of medieval, I guess. So they've got knives and swords and spears and stuff like that. So, who is my person that's good at talking? Of course, it's the person that's asleep. Get up and trade. Go talk to them. Alright, they are willing to buy a few more things than the others were. They'll just sell off some leather. Don't pay attention to the human part of the leather. It's just leather. Really? They'll sell some fuel that I don't need. And we've got a bit of a stock of food. So I can sell them some of that. Should probably take a look at what they have for sale before trying to give them too much. So components, you know what? I'm just gonna buy all their components if I can afford it. So I'll probably be selling them a bunch more stuff. Probably as much steel as I can get from them. So that's going to cost $14.70. Probably going to have to reduce what I'm buying from them, but I will make a good effort. Maybe I can sell off a bit more food. I can sell all the berries. I collected those. I'm not growing berries. Already selling that. Most of the rest is just nothing or things that I want to sell. Oh, here, have some meat, human meat. But again, don't pay attention to the human part. Alright, so I'm not going to be able to buy as much as I thought. I'm gonna put that back down. to 0. I don't need to buy steel. And components, where did they go? Right next to it. There it is. And I can do with 2 less components. So we'll just trade for that. And again, so these guys have sword and spears and knives, so not gonna get the spider to be aggressive. So if this had been, you know, people with machine guns and grenade launchers and stuff like that, then I would have considered. Alright, so what are we doing? We are doing more research. Can I build anything? No, in fact, I can't build anything that I want to in here. Maybe I just didn't see the bench that I need to make it at. Is there a separate tab? There is a separate tab. That's a change from what I was expecting. Normally this would have been put into the production tab for the workbench. But, alright, let me deconstruct this. I guess we haven't really spent anything but wood on it. And we'll replace it with the one that I wanted, which is going to cost metal and components, which luckily I just got. I see them coming into my house and using my table and chairs to eat their food. How dare they? It's alright as long as they don't bring the animals in, I suppose. Nope, nope, cancel that. What is it? Oh, that was just the prototype stuff again. I wanted to see, like, if I changed it to bone. Nope, we don't have enough bones. I tend to substitute bone for any wood components if I'm able to, because I find that I end up with a large stockpile of bones for some reason. There is a slide bar on the mod for the bones that are added to the game, but it's already at as minimum as I think I can make it. It's at 1, which I think is 100%. But if I slide it down lower than that, it goes to a 0. So if my choice is 100% or 0%, I'm going to go with 100%. Otherwise, there's no point in the mod being added. Alright, so inspiration for shooting. Okay, so for the next 8 days, they will be more accurate, which is good because they are the person that likes shooting more. Which reminds me, is it in recreation? It is. Can I build a shooting target? I can. So I want to set this up, probably rotate it around, set it up like here. So now they will occasionally train up their shooting skill if they're not busy doing other things. I think I've set it training. So we're in it's set at 3 just like pretty much everything else. So if they get too bored, they might decide to train up a bit. And we got a gift from these guys. What is it? What did they decide to leave? They decided to leave me some of their clothing. Well, thank you, I guess. I can't wear it because it's not built for the fox kind or whatever. I think these are foxes. Kurin are considered foxes. These are considered rabbits or whatever. They have different models for their bodies, so wouldn't look quite right. I guess I try to keep them wearing the proper clothing for their race, and that may detract from their ability to wear protective items, such as the case as right now my characters are just wearing clothing. And I don't think I can make armor yet. No, this is all just normal stuff. But I might make a backpack so they can carry more. That'll be a good start. Okay, you need to get out of the doorway. Do not stand in the doorway to the freezer. That's just letting all the cold air out. But everything's still frozen, it looks like. Nothing's gonna spoil. So I guess it hasn't been that long that they've been standing there. Alright, what else do we have? We might want to consider expanding the wall. You know what? I'm gonna do this. I'm not quite going out to the mud area yet, but I am going to expand the wall this way so we have an enclosed area. That way I can have a place for the pets to stay safe if they need to, where I can hide from the bad monsters if we need to hide out for a bit. Alright, so you know what? Here are the eggs that I've been mentioned from earlier. So these are Dunilus eggs. They're gonna hatch in 0.2 days. I would like somebody to come out here and haul them into the freezer very quickly, please. Maybe one of the animals. Anyone? Okay, looks like somebody's on it. There we go. More spiders evaded. Or the problem of more spiders. Because now, when they're placed in here, and freeze, maybe, yeah, they become unfertilized. And just because there are so many variations of animals and creatures in the game, I have added a mod or activated part of a mod so that any animal meat is automatically, since there is absolutely no difference between, say, rabbit meat or wolf meat or Daziri meat, since there is no difference between them, all meat from animals is turned into chicken, because everything tastes like chicken, I guess. So that means that you don't have 25 different stacks of different types of meat. Again, for storage purposes is why I'm doing this. So all animal meat is converted into chicken meat, all eggs, once they are unfertilized, are converted into chicken eggs. That's why when I was hovering over these spider eggs, once they became unfertilized, they turned into chicken eggs. Since, again, storage reasons, and that there's absolutely no difference between the eggs once they're unfertilized. Oh, we have a quest available. When did that pop up? Alright, so a 14-year-old Iran toy craftsman is calling for help. She's hiding from a malfunctioning weather control satellite. She wants to flee and join you at home. If she joins you, the weather will be fog for 9 days until the satellite resets. Desperate to stay hidden, and claim to be unable to tell you more about themselves. So, if I accept this quest, basically for the next 9 days, the weather will be forced to stay as fog. So if any fires start, rain will not happen to put them out. I will have to put them out myself. Fog may reduce it a little bit, but not enough to stop it from spreading. So if I accept this for the next 9 days, which is almost 2/3 of a quadrum, so basically 2/3 of summer, I would have to deal with fog, and they are in such a hurry that they will not tell me anything about them, so I can't get any information from them. If they join me, they're just going to be here to help out. Once the 9 days is over, or maybe during one of the days in between, leading up to it, they may decide, hey, I like this place, I want to join, and they'll say, hey, can I join you? And then I can accept them or deny them or whatever. It is also possible that they may have ideas of attacking me after a few days. They might be, traitors, whatnot. But I think for the most part, I should be okay. Since I can't see what they actually are, like their stats and whatnot. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. But for now, I'm going to accept. See what they can do. Should be arriving over here somewhere. There they are. They have it looks like a firelock or a flintlock rifle, so that's kind of cool. They are bringing some food with them. Looks like they are somewhat armored, so that's good. And because they're not actually a colonist yet, I don't believe... Yeah, I don't believe I can take their stuff away from them. Other than that, it looks like they have the beautiful trait, so they get +2 beauty, so people like them better. They're incapable of nothing, which again is good. They are, however, only 14, so they are considered a child. They want to do crafting and artistic, which is okay. Their needs, they're happy that they're wet because it's foggy rain. What is it going to be? Foggy rain? That might be good. Tons of disliked xenotypes. Alright, so right off the bat, because of her ideology, she apparently does not like our race. So she's unhappy that that we are here, that she has to be around us, and then apparently there's like maybe a caste system or a xenotype system I'm not sure what this one is. Let me just take a look at their ideology. So maybe their ideology isn't. Okay, so it is a Yitikan pirate ideology. So I guess Yitikan pirates do not like this rabbit race. So because she is of that ideology, not only does she, uh, not only are our race part of a disliked xenotype, her race is also a disliked xenotype. So she's getting a double negative there because she doesn't like being around us, and she doesn't like the fact that she is disliked as well. So right off the bat, I'm thinking she's not necessarily going to be recruited, but I'm okay with her sticking around for a bit. Looks like I found some more spider eggs. Again, just haul those into the freezer again. But for the time being, I can keep her around. She can do some work, if not all work. She can certainly help with fighting fires. I'll take care of her. Not gonna let her do any surgeon stuff. She can rest in bed if she needs to. She will haul if I tell her to. And we'll just... Most of this is going to be moved. I don't want her doing a lot of this stuff, though. She can help with the deconstructing. That's fine. I don't need her doing any of this stuff. But what she can do is she can cut stone. I'll let her do that. Nope, she doesn't need to transport stuff. Delivery, yeah, I'll let her deliver stuff. She can haul stuff. She can clean. Oop. I think that's it. Yeah, okay. So she can do a few tasks. Again, she is unhappy. Oh, she's unhappy because she's in the dark. She's unhappy because she's sweating. She's just not going to be very happy. Alright. But I'll let her stay here. It was a chance I was going at. I guess she's not as good as I was hoping. But what I can do is I can make a stone cutting table. Just put it right over here. I need some more iron to build it. So just get ourselves a mining pick. Mine out a little bit more iron. And we'll get her crafting some stone so that, actually, the kind of stone that I'm going to have her make, we're going to need more iron. Because it's, see, is there an example over here? It's going to be neo-concrete. So what this is basically an alloy, I guess, of stone. Hold on. I notice a big flaw in my design of my place. I have no doors. Let's add some doors. Might help with getting in and out of the place. Alright, so I'm gonna have the new character that joined us temporarily. While they're here, they're gonna be crafting some neo-concrete, because it's kind of an alloy of smelted stone and steel, so it's a little stronger, and it also looks nice. and it's going to be what I use for my outer walls. That tree out of the way because it's right in front of the door. Whenever you guys get around to, waking up, I can turn the speed up again. Alright. Spider, you're doing okay. Now, I think the worst thing that could happen is if I pick up those spider's eggs to put them in the freezer, and then for some reason drop them inside the base on the way to the freezer. That could be a bad thing. So I want to make sure that there's only 3 of them in here. Okay, there's 2, which makes me think, okay, priority low, normal. I'm going to set this one to preferred. So now, anytime that they get stuff, rather than splitting it up like they've done with the eggs here, rather than splitting it up between the 2 and taking up more storage space, they will try to put it in this first storage first, and once this one is full, then they will put it in this one. So as they just did there, they moved everything over. I don't need to worry about that for this storage though, because there's only 1. Oh, we've got some things that can spoil in here. Okay. Let me just take a look here. Remove that from there. Move it there, and we'll put it in here. So now we'll be putting this stuff which can spoil in the refrigerated room. So hopefully it doesn't spoil. Hello there. Welcome. Just playing some Rimworld here. It is modded, so there may be things, if you're familiar with Rimworld, there may be things that are happening, things that are going on that you're unfamiliar with. That's okay. Oh, what's going on? What are you doing? Oh, you're target practicing. Okay. I just heard some gunshots going off in the game, and I was wondering what was going on. But yeah, so there may be things that look different, act differently, stuff like that. It is heavily modified. I have almost 300 mods in the game. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I will try to answer as well as I possibly can. If I think about it as I'm playing, I will describe the mods as I come across them, just for convenience sake. So yeah, feel free, enjoy, and let me see, what was I doing? Oh, research is done. Let me go to the next one. Notice that it was modded. Main question I'd have are regarding the spider, such as who, what, why. Okay, so yeah, this is a Dunalisk. It is, as you can see, here is a deer and an elk, or a buck and a doe, as the case may be. This spider is much larger. It is part of the Alpha Animals mod. So the Alpha Animals adds a bunch of usually larger, more exotic animals. I think these might be, let me see. These are part of the Alpha mythology. So they're more mythical creatures. So yeah, Alpha Animals. It is a very large spider. It lays a bunch of eggs that will hatch into small spiders. Well, small comparatively. They're still probably like, you know, if that's a guinea pig, they're about guinea pig sized spiders. Um, so it's from the Alpha Animals mod. Um, I have added another mod in addition to the Alpha Animals mod that makes certain ones that should be more ferocious actually more ferocious. So things like this Dunalisk, there's a couple other spiders for different zones. I think there's one for uh, the tundra, and there's one for the forest. Um, it makes them stronger than they normally would be. So this thing is actually dangerous. So I can't just walk up with a couple people with a flintlock pistol or gun and a couple of bows and defeat it. It will kill me. um, if a caravan comes in and like a half dozen with guns and rocket launchers and grenade launchers, I might consider fighting this. In the hopes that they can take it out before it takes them out. Because if it takes them out first, then I'm in big trouble. As for these other insects, these up here are your generic giant insects. You've got your mega scarabs, you've got your spellopedes, and your mega spiders. So these are your common variety big spiders. As a comparison, these are the normal ones in the game. They are also here because they started here. I guess they were here first. Okay, appreciate explanation. That thing does look formidable. I'd be doomsday. Yeah, doomsdaying it. Yeah, definitely. If I happen to come across a doomsday rocket launcher, I would certainly use it on this. But for the time being, I am just trying to keep it out of the way. It seems happy over there, eating, the animals that are over here. And I am happy with just making sure its eggs do not hatch. And hopefully we can keep this relationship going as long as possible until it decides to wander off, which I don't know if it will. Or until something comes along that can fight it, which is probably not going to be happening soon. I'm also noticing as they're practicing against the target, they're hitting the wall and then having to go over and repair it. Still, I'm glad they're getting some practice. That is another mod I've actually added too, is allowing damage numbers to pop up. So when they hit a building, it'll pop up some damage numbers if they hit another person. That way you can kind of have an idea of how much damage is being done, especially if you know how much the default health is. So like default torso is 40 health, so if I were to do 11 damage, you'd know that 4 shots to the torso would effectively bring down the person. But I had built a wall around my base for the intention of, I don't really like kill boxes. So I don't like making, if I go to the planning stuff here, we'll just mark it in blue. So let's say this was my main entrance. I don't like having like an area like this where the enemies would filter in through one little area and then I'd be standing back here taking care of them. I don't really like doing that too much. I will if it comes to it, but That's just how it is. Um, I do, however, like doing something like this is my entrance, like maybe doing a small little passage like this, and then filling it with traps. So, you know, just a few things to weaken the enemy as they approach. And then I can finish them off once they get within the area. Zit. Why did that happen? I shouldn't have any zits. I guess it's okay. You just double check the power. Okay. I didn't think that happened unless you had batteries. Oh well. Hopefully it won't happen again. So yeah, I do plan on making something like this with a few traps that that'll take care of people or weaken them. And because of that, I have added a mod that adds a few more traps. Some are more deadly than others. They're not likely to be placed down until later in the game. So I'm probably gonna stick to like basic punji sticks. These are traps that do not go away when they're stepped on, but to balance them out, nope, that's not what I was thinking of, was it? Oh, that's because they're made of steel. I can't build things out of steel, or I don't want to build them out of steel yet. So their melee damage is just a mere 5, so nothing much. And if they tend to be taking care of things too much, then I will self balance myself, because that's part of what modding is about. You know, you have to decide for yourself what is balanced, because otherwise I could just throw in a mod that's like, okay, and this bow, you know, as an example, if I went to this crafting, I have a tiered bow. Uh, there are mods that I've seen that basically make this thing. Here, if I like this, I mean, it's not that bad compared to other things, but like this is a top tier bow that I can eventually make. It does 22 damage. It fires 4 shots each. It has a 45 range and has a 0.1 second aiming time. This is a very powerful weapon. I am not going to be able to get to this anytime soon because, let me just remove that there, because it is 11 tiers down, and each tier requires at least 2 of the previous tier. So, you know, I need 2 base bows, which are 50 wood apiece, to make a tier 1 bow. Then I need 2 tier 1s to make a tier 2, all the way down, and that, you know, doubles up so much. And the supplies that it requires, like the damage that this can output, is probably balanced based on the materials that you can put into it. Yes, I do use kill boxes mainly for convenience, but it's cool to do other things, particularly, as you said, the likes of heat traps or Rambo-style lone pawn sent out with a sniper and some go juice. Yeah, and the other thing is, personally, I am playing a low population colony. So, as I said earlier in the stream, like that I've balanced that. Well, thank you. I am trying to balance things. Some things are not going to be as balanced as others, especially as we approach the end game. what was I saying? Um, I'm doing a low colony playthrough. At most, my primary colonists are not going to go over 4 people if I can help it. I will have people that join me temporarily, like Maki here. She needed some help. It was a quest. I said okay. They're gonna stay here for a bit. They may ask to join me. I'm probably gonna say no because they don't like me. They they they're unhappy that they're a disliked xenotype. They don't like my xenotype, and just because I haven't built her a room or anything like that, she's unhappy, that she's uncomfortable. She slept in the heat, slept on the ground, she slept in the darkness. But, it's also balanced out by the fact that she has low expectations. She ate a fine meal, which she brought with her, so that's okay. There's a Nuko nearby, which is one of my pets, so apparently that gives a 5 bonus. An animal nuzzled her, so, you know, something like that. And then there's some decent rooms that I have. Um, but I am trying to self-balance myself. If you see me doing something that you disagree is unbalanced, feel free to let me know. Um, and I will see what I can do to change it. I don't want to have a god tier playthrough or anything like that. I would like it to be balanced. Um, that being said, as I go through and you see what some of these mods are I have, like I've got the immortal mod, so even if my characters die, as long as their brain is intact, they will eventually resurrect. Again, I kind of want that as a counterbalance to the fact that I am limiting myself to 4 colonists. Um, I've got a couple other mods that slowly make things a little better. So I've got a leveling mod here. They gain experience and gain levels and points. So, like, Akane here has 76 points that I can distribute among these stats, which gives a small bonus to each of them. So, strength, I think it does it tell me? Okay, so like strength will increase melee damage, carry weight, affects hard work. Each one of these has a similar thing affected by the stat that they would, social charisma, lets you train animals better, stuff like that. I haven't spent any of these points yet because I haven't felt the need to. But slowly over the game, I will be putting points probably fairly evenly between these to slowly make them better. So they'll be a little bit better as they progress. I've added mods where the quality of the items matter. So something of poor quality will have less accuracy than something of high quality. So near the end of the game, things are going to be a little better. I've added a mod where you can see health here is at 62%, level 0, 62% to level 1. Every time they get hit and take damage, they'll get experience. When this levels up to level 1, all their hit points go up by 10%. So basic torso hit points are 40. It'll go up by 1%, 10%, something like that. I can't remember. So once they reach level 1 health, their torso health will increase to like 41 or 42 or something like that. So as they level up there, they become harder to kill. And some enemies, to balance this out, can start at, say, health level 10. So they're going to have, a good 20% more health than normal. I think you're doing it well so far. like 300 mods, there should be a few benefits or conveniences dealing with things like massive spider and probably other enhanced threats too. Yes, yes, I most definitely am, and thank you. Um, as I mentioned before, most of the mods I have added. I guess I can speed this up a little bit while I'm talking. Um, Most of the mods I've added are for visual sake. So, um, like the world, I've added a mod to make it a small world, so you don't have to spend weeks traveling from one place to the other. Um, I've added, as you can see, a lot of these are unique races, like the Ratkin. We've got the Rabby, I think they're called. They're a bunch of rabbits. We've got the Paniel, which are robots or bionic people. I can't remember which. They're manufactured people, basically. Just a bunch of unique races that I saw and liked. I added a mod that allows me to put places closer to each other. So again, you don't have to travel so far. Um, some other visual things. So, uh, like, some of the common ones is I'm able to zoom in this close and the characters and items are not so pixelated as, say, the ground is. They're a little more, uh, they don't get as pixelated by zooming in, and I can zoom out to this point and still be able to see everything that's going on. And I have a mini map and, a lot of things like that. Quality of life things. Uh, for trading right now, are you stuck having to try to go past the spider? Because if you leave tile, you'll be essentially stuck outside. I don't think so. Like, the spider itself isn't aggressive right now. It's just, as you can see there, going after animals. And what happened just there is it just killed an immortal squirrel. So it bit off the head of an immortal squirrel. You saw the lightning just happen there. So there's a chance that its immortality can be passed to the spider. So that may not be a good thing. Um, but it is a neutral creature at the moment, so it's not going to stop me from going over here. As you may have seen, and we'll see here in about 3% egg progress, is when it lays eggs, they're just going to go on the ground and be marked as with an X, so they're not allowed for me to touch. That's basically, so if you're not paying attention, the eggs will eventually hatch. But if I am paying attention, I can allow it. And then one of my people or animals, looks like in this case, is going to come over here and they're going to pick up the eggs and haul them to the freezer so that they don't hatch. So I can do that and the spider's not going to care. It's only going to start caring once it starts running out of animals to eat. And to be fair, there's not that many animals in this area to eat. But for the moment, it seems to be doing okay. It's not dangerous. The spider was literally attacking a squirrel. Might just yeah. Yeah, and again, immortality, I feel, is balanced. Uh, Good, okay, glad you can get past it. Okay, yeah, so I can leave, and this is actually a somewhat unique map for me because normally there's exits on all sides. I saw this map when this world was being generated, and I thought it'd be a fairly unique map to play on. So while there is only one entrance, so I only have to defend, for the most part, from one direction. I believe the game itself counteracts that by once my technology is sufficient or my wealth is high enough, it will start sending raids in drop pods rather than through the entrance. So I'm probably going to have to deal with people landing within my base more often than fighting them off from without. Um, and then again, I am trying to keep things balanced. Um, what else have I added that's uh, a bit more obvious? More animals, I think. Again, with the alpha animals. Um, as you can see at the bottom, there's a bunch more buttons than there usually is. Some of it is just there because, like, this is the character editor. Just in case I have to, since it's such a modded game, I basically have to play almost like cheats are enabled, even though I'm not cheating. I have to have the ability to fix what I can when something goes wrong. Earlier today, something happened, the game crashed to the point where it froze up and quit out. There's nothing I could have done about that. But in some cases, there may be something that I can do. So some of this stuff, like the character editor, is here just in case one of my settings I've set didn't take effect. Like, all mechanoids cannot be immortal. I have set it that way on purpose. If I ever come across a mechanoid that is immortal, I will be turning the cheat mode on and removing it, because that is not something that is supposed to be happening, at least as far as I've set it up. Any animal, any person can be immortal, with maybe a few exceptions. I don't remember what they are off the top of my head, but that's how it should be. That's how I would like it to be. So, if I come across anything else, I'll deal with it as I can. But let's see, what was I doing? I was just researching at the moment. Researching some better outfits for my characters, because I'm restricting them to basically wear most of the stuff that only their race can wear, with a few exceptions, like maybe a shield belt, some other things like that, that are miscellaneous stuff, not character specific. So, and there may be a few bugs that happen, like I know the Ratkin and the Kurin, which is the race that my main characters are, and the Rabby race, I believe, all require a hair with hats mod, I think it's called. And in my setup, they're asking for one version of the mod, but that version doesn't exist anymore. So if characters come in and they're bald, that's the reason why, is there's some miscommunication. Jump pack, shield belt, both very good to use in my opinion. Yeah, definitely. They definitely help you move around a lot. Shield belt is very good for the melee characters. Sorry. And there's going to be some other things that are involved like that too. Like this race over here, the security force, they are a bit of a higher tech race or colony or whatever you want to call them. They tend to buy a lot of things. They have a lot of high-tech gear. they actually have like shield belts that allow you to shoot through. Oh, what's this? But again, I am going to uh, keep myself back from a lot of that stuff. You've been informed that a big battle will happen close to you. Do you want to send help or maybe just watch? Alright, so it looks like. So here's my home right here. Looks like this just appeared. It is a battlefield. I might send somebody out there to find out what's going on. Um, so this is a bit of a new modded event, I guess. Basically, I just got word two enemies are gonna clash with each other, and I can go there and see what's going on, or join, or whatever. I think what I'm going to do is I am gonna send somebody out here. I'm gonna send this person out here to just have a look, see what's gonna go on. If things are really bad, I am going to leave immediately. But I kind of want to have an idea of what's going on. And so I'll send them out with a couple meals, enough for a couple days. That's another mod that I added, is automatically or making it so that I don't automatically select travel supplies. So sometimes the game doesn't know what's good for food and what's not. It has a default that it likes to choose, and it's not what I like. So I have automatically removed that, so it doesn't restrict things. I'm not going to take anything with me. I've everything equipped that I want. Just sending the one person. Looks like it's going to take them 0.6 days to get there. And so I guess this is a good example. Alright, they left to start the caravan. They're getting food. They're filling themselves up before they head out. Excellent. And they're heading out into the world. So they're going to head out and they're going to take a look at what this battlefield consists of. Oh, here's another thing that I've done. So if I were to, say, construct something, I have changed the map border so I can build out to one tile away from the border rather than, I think it's like 5 or 10 or something. So I have modified that so I can build closer to the border if I need to, or if I want to. Here we're going. Why are you over there? And you've immediately gone to sleep. Okay, so here's another mod that I've added. It's called the Almost There mod. So if they're within 4 hours of their destination, instead of going to sleep when it's nighttime, because the game likes you to sleep when it's nighttime for some reason. Doesn't matter if you're nocturnal or what. If it's past 2200 hours and before 0600, you should be sleeping if you're traveling. I've added the Almost There mod, so if you're within 4 hours of travel time from your destination, you will keep going. And in addition to that mod, it adds the Never Rest. So if you choose, you can just say, no, I don't want you to sleep. I want you to travel. And so they will travel at any time. I have made it so that we can set up camp. So I can make a small little camp and I can deconstruct it and it'll disappear within a few days. If I need to, I've added a road building mod. So, like this is your dirt road here, your basic one. Oh, we got another quest. What is this? The Deserter. Okay, so this is your standard royalty quest. There's a royalty deserter. They will tell me where 2 neuroformers are if I help them out. 3 troopers will follow them. My characters are psychically deaf. I have no need for silence, so I'm going to say no to him. But back to this one. I have added a mod where I can build and upgrade roads as I learn the technology for doing so. So I can eventually get people to not only build a dirt road, but I can then upgrade it to a bigger dirt road and eventually to a concrete road. And beyond that, I think there is a I don't think it's quite Archotech, might be Glitterworld technology to build basically a highway. And so eventually I will get to doing that as soon as I have more than 2 permanent people. Like, as soon as I have 3, I will be traveling around more, trading with all of these other people, giving gifts to them, and doing a bunch of this overworld stuff, as well as doing stuff in my base. So we're just about here. Might as well stay on the screen until we're there, because they're just handling things themselves. I say as something happens. Also, I notice I have run out of wood. Well, things are still refrigerated in there. Alright, what's going on? So we got 3 raiders, and the spider has moved into more of a central location. Alright, so these 3 folk, this is a mod I've added. It basically tells you all the points, where the points come from. This is how the game figures out what's coming at you. I like this to just know how it calculates all this stuff. So, because I have combat pets, there's 24 points added. Those are actually adding more points than my colonists themselves, which is 20 points. Because Akane is going out to a battlefield, she is not included in this calculation. So, got a couple guys coming in. Looks like they're armed with knives. This guy has an awful rifle, so it's probably going to be fairly inaccurate. But it is a rifle from one of the mods that I've added, which is a high-tech in-game faction. So that in itself could make this weapon dangerous, because it does 16 points of damage, even if it only has about a 50% accuracy rate. And that's probably because it's in awful condition. So I gotta be careful about this guy. But are they attacking immediately? They are attacking immediately. Okay. It's not enough that I think that they could handle the spider. So hopefully they don't get that involved. I should draft up. I don't really have a defensive position yet, as I got too involved with chatting to build up some traps. So I guess we're gonna send these out here, and just because these are being involved in the calculation and one of my people is away from home, I am going to use my battle creatures in the fight as well. So what is it? I guess that's maybe a buff that they can do. So I'm gonna get some of these creatures out here. Have I chosen you already? No. Okay. So, we'll get a few of my pets out here to fight as well. And I am now at the battlefield. Of course, it happens immediately like this. Okay, so this looks like a bunch of enemies. High-tech Janissary of the Broken Imperium. Okay, so this is the royalty faction. Apparently I am not in good standing with them for some reason. Really? You don't like me? They're hostile. Okay. So the royalty faction doesn't like me. They are attacking a group of mechanoids, which are just here. Okay, this cannot go well for me. So, I'm gonna just move over here and leave again. I'm out of there. I'm heading home. It was worth checking out, but it is not going to be good. Alright, in the meantime, these are going to get ready to fight. Now, this person has a good ranged weapon, which I like. My weapon is not so ranged. However, this is also my melee character, so they will use a knife if need be. We've got a lineup of insect girls. This one throws insect jade at people, so kind of a ranged attack. This one is melee, so I'm going to move them up forward. This one does something. I don't know what this is. I don't know if this does anything. They might just be a melee creature as well. Just a quick check over here. Make sure I'm not missing anything. Okay. So we're going to go at normal speed. These guys are coming in. The spider is not attacking them. It's not hungry, is it? No. Okay, so that's not going to attack them. This is the guy that I really need to worry about. They're just waiting to start. What is his range? He has a long range. Okay. Actually, what I think I'm going to do then, I'm going to switch to melee with this person and go ahead and tell them to charge that. And same with this person, or with the animal. And we'll just... Oh, well, that's not good. I'm already downed. Alright. Probably because I'm not wearing any armor. I'm gonna go ahead and just send that in. Send this one in, since this is probably melee as well. You go ahead and keep shooting that. Their health is not doing well, but apparently they are immortal. Okay, let's just move around a bit, keep things distracted. Maybe. Okay, looks like one's taken care of. We'll go ahead and do this. Alright, now they're not doing so well. Oh, hello. You. Help us out. Alright, so we've effectively defeated them, but we're gonna make sure things are taken care of. And we're gonna have a bunch of cuts and bruises to take care of in short order. Alright, so did any of them survive? No, they're all dead. Uh, you... The way the animals work is I have to use them separately. But, okay, you are rescuing, because I've trained you to rescue. You go ahead and undraft. How are we doing over here? 7 hours. Normally would be a bad thing. I am immortal, so I will hopefully be able to last long enough for Akane to get home and take care of some of these problems. As for the animals, they apparently have gotten very lucky and rolled well with their immortality. So they're gonna go over here and just rest. And we'll take care of them as we can get to them. I think I'm going to... How are you doing? You also need help because you got shot with the rifle. Okay. Are you able... You might be able to move. No, you can't. Okay, you're gonna lay there for a little bit and hope that who is it? Akane comes home before bad things happen. You, however, need to self-tend and will allow you to do that stuff. So, nope, prioritize yourself. Because you have 12 hours and it won't take long to fix those wounds up. There's only 2 wounds. Oh, you're back up. Alright, you tend to yourself. And no immediate danger, 22, 18. Alright. Yeah, tend to yourself, you're the one in the worst condition. I guess while that's going on, I can get some of these pets to chop some wood for me. We can get power back up. We'll allow all of this stuff so that they can haul things. This is another thing. Where did it go? Is he immortal? Is that why that's coming up? This one might be immortal. So, part of the Immortals mod is once they're downed, I can immediately behead them if I want to kill them off. Or I can impale them with a piece of steel to keep them from getting back up. So I guess at the moment we'll see what happens and go from there. Right now some of these pets are just taking care of some of the lumber problems. Looks like Maki's taking care of some of the pets over there. Azami's just healing up in here. You are... Okay. You're not stopping for any reason. So we'll recover from this. That could have gone a little bit worse than it did. I'm glad it hasn't. How's our temperature doing? Still okay in the freezer. I mentioned earlier one of the mods I've added is a temperature mod so that Uh, it's more of a gradual spread for temperature rather than an immediate thing like it is in the base game. So it takes time for cold things to warm up, it takes time for hot things to cool down. Um, Walls and such can absorb the heat or cold and keep it colder longer. So it acts as, you know, uh, what's the word I'm looking for? Like a canteen or something. You put it in there, it warms up and it stays warm longer. Insulation. It's an insulator. So uh, different walls will have different effects. So wood isn't going to keep the cold as long as, say, some of as stone, but it will stone will also take longer to warm up or cool down. So temperatures are going to be a little more gradual. However, that being said, normally you'd only suffer damage from high temperature if you're inside a room and it heats up. Um, but with that temperature mod, it has made it so that uh, if you reach a certain threshold of temperature, things will combust. So, I don't know if it says it in here or not. Okay, so there's its insulation ability, so 6.3. Um, Somewhere in here, auto ignition temperature. So if it gets up to 572 degrees Fahrenheit, the wood will burst into flame. I don't see anything getting up that high, but it is a thing that can happen. So if something starts on fire, that can be the reason why. But because of that, um, if I'm fighting fires, like over here, for example, you can see that this area is actually 357 degrees. So while the character is in this spot, it will affect them as if it is that 370 degree. They might get burns even if they're not touching the fire itself, and things like that can happen. So that was a mod that I added that I thought was kind of cool. Gives a little bit more dynamics to temperature. And again, comes with its benefits and drawbacks. For example, power was out for a while, and I didn't really have to worry about the fact that all of this was sitting in the freezer, possibly rotting. So, because I had spent enough time bringing the temperature down. Alright, you need to tend to animals, please. You're probably just in bed because you were told to be in bed. But please take care of the animals. I don't want them to die. Part of what I did, because I knew I was going to have these pets, is I did set up my ideology. This one. So I've got a bunch of stuff, we're supremacists, we're youthful, so we don't care about a lot of other people. Like things like death, tainted apparel, things like that. The backstory of these two characters is that they were clones made for somebody. In fact, Kurin, apparently, the backstory of the race is their entire race are cloned, or started as clones. So these two characters were made to, were requested to be created, I guess, by somebody for some reason. The person involved with the cloning process decided to use a military grade clone or something like that. So a lot of the things they're not going to care about. They're going to have extreme cares when they do care about something. So They don't like nutrient paste, but any other meat they're okay with. Fungus, they don't care. Um, Same with insect jelly. They don't care. It's okay, but they're not going to complain. Um, and then, uh, just because I knew I was going to have a bunch of these pets, I've decided to make them venerated. So it makes it so that I should care about them, and if something happens to them, my pawns will actually care. So I will be keeping them alive. If they do die, I will try to do something to bring them back. You know, there's resurrector serum. In fact, in their um, tech tree, they actually have an ancient potion, which is not quite as good, but it is a resurrection of some sort. Uh, it's a resurrection that comes with drawbacks if time has passed too much. So, I should probably also make a bed for this person. Apparently, they fell asleep playing chess. Let me get a temporary thing going for them. Alright, so got some walls. And I don't want to put it right next to the prison. We'll put it up here, I guess. Not a big room. They wanted to come over to us, so we'll do something like that. I mean, we still haven't put all the floors down in our home, so we have to work on that. But I'm saving that for when I get a certain technology, which I could probably start researching at this point. Again, that was what I'm thinking of is the tatami floors from the Kijin, because I like the way that these look, and they are still flammable, but they kind of have a beauty to them, and it will definitely go along with the rest of it as I get to it. I did also build the stone cutter, which I have done nothing with yet. So I want neoconcrete. Let's try for, I guess, 600 for the time being. Can unpause at 400 if I go underneath that. Just drop it on the floor because it's in the stockpile already. And then we also need to make rock powder. Do until I have X is just fine. Do not use limestone because I think limestone can be converted into pristine limestone, like this is. Also, the fire is getting a little out of control. Haven't really been looking at the mini-map. Alright, so we'll get... I suppose I should also make a bed, if I'm being nice. Furniture, there we are. You can have a bed that you can sleep in. Alright, finished that. I can't do this one for some reason. Because I need a high-tech research bench, which I can make. I just don't have one at the moment. So I want to make this floor. We'll research that. So another mod I've added in is a bit of a technology advancement. In addition to having this interesting research mod, as we progress through the technologies, if we get 50% of a technology researched, we are then considered that level of people. So if we were tribal, we could upgrade to medieval, then to modern or industrial or whatever it is. Prototype is now ready. Okay, It's not going to take long to finish that up, so I'm not going to worry about it. Um, and so that will reduce the amount of research that we will have to do going forward. So that's why things like tree sowing and recurve bows are as low of points as they are, is because we are industrial, I think. So these now require a lot less research to do. Like, I don't remember what I was looking for over here. But yeah, so the more we advance, the less points are required for lesser technologies. And then this is giving us bonuses for unique ways of researching, and then giving us a penalty for just doing standard research. So, looks like I might have exhausted most of my other options that I have available. I could prototype, probably should. You know what? Yeah, let's make a prototype. Over in floors. Where is it? Is it in another tab? It's not there. Thought it'd be in here, but I am not seeing it. All right, well, guess we're not. Oh, I know what the problem was. Is like this. I think the research mod got updated, so it's saying I can, but originally the mod itself didn't like being compatible, so I don't think I can construct a prototype from anything in that mod. Maybe I can, or maybe I'm just not seeing the correct tab that it's in. Is it maybe miscellaneous? Not seeing any Keysian tabs here. Oh well. I'm not going to worry about it. They'll eventually get it researched. It's almost done. Now build the floor. But yeah, that's a good way of getting research done. But unfortunately, since all my other ways of researching have been exhausted, I am now doing basic research, which has a penalty to it, so it's only going at 75% effectiveness. The fire is taking out most of the wood in the area. I kind of figured that'd be a problem because of the fog. It's only been 6 days, so we have another 3 days to worry about it, which is unfortunate. And because the fire spread all the way over here, it looks like maybe the spider was kind of chased over here as well. Also, I haven't been paying attention to its eggs. Let me quickly just do that and unallow that again. So if there are any eggs sitting around, we'll go get them. Hopefully. Did I miss spiders? I don't see any baby spiders sitting around, so I should be okay. It'd be nice if it wasn't fog. I knew this was gonna happen eventually, though. Ah, well. I tried to take a chance. Oh, I'd hoped Maki was good, but oh, what's going on? You're not happy? Oh, right. I suppose they're not happy that I butchered human-like Oh well. They weren't meant for the colony anyway. Okay, so while the fire burns, I wanted to. Yeah, okay, you're crafting neoconcrete, which is great. Um, what are we doing? We're sleeping. Okay. Uh, I also want. Nope, can't make one. Okay. Nope. Baki has decided to hide in their room. That's fine. I'm okay with that. As long as they're not gonna try to attack a colonist or kill one of the pets, it's okay. Alright, so what else is going? That spider is dangerously close. One thing about the anima tree. Oh, what did you just do? Just dashed forward. Oh, maybe it heard me attacking down here. What are you doing? You're fleeing. Okay. For the moment, I think I'm going to... Well, it is starting to get hungry, and there aren't that many animals around. So I think I'm going to expand Area 1 to just be something like that. So that's Area 1. For the time being, I think I am going to restrict my pets to inside the house. That way... Nope, that's a raccoon. That way they don't get targeted by the spider, hopefully, when it gets hungry. Oh boy. So, if you thought one spider was a problem, how about two? This is just not gonna be good at some point. They're gonna... I mean, I'm glad that there's a bunch of animals for them to eat at the moment. But once they run out of animals, I'm gonna be in trouble. But hopefully, you know, it will go over here. And hopefully the spiders are not friends to each other. So... Okay. What are you doing? No, you know what? I want you to haul these right now. There we go. Also, I think the fire is getting a bit close. I should think about cutting plants. So I need to cut all of this. So that the fire does not spread to our place of living. You know what? I would like you to start over here. You know what? It is kind of close. So, just for the time being, especially since the spider is asleep, all the animals, you're welcome to come out here and cut all these plants with me. let's get this cleared out. Okay. Spider woke up and decided to eat a fission mouse, which then died and produced 3 other fission mice. Also, for the moment, research is not as important. Would like you to come out here and take care of stuff. Okay, I guess I'll let you eat food first. Now go out and take care of that fire, because it is close enough that we now have to worry about it. Okay, don't go out there and take care of the fire, because you want recreation and probably sleep. Alright, quest available. 9-year-old child is calling from nearby. She says a pack of 3 men-hunting king hamsters are hunting her. Begs for safety. If I accept, they will fall within 1 hour. No. I don't need a child in the colony. And especially not if they're... Okay. This is getting important. Take care of this fire, please. The wall is on fire. Wake up. Push the fire back a little bit, please. It is now close enough that I am worrying about it. And again, I have to be careful because the temperature is actually very hot in these areas. Okay, I think we've kind of pushed it back over on this side. I still do not like the spider that close. All the animals are asleep right now, so they can't really help out. Rid of all the plants within 3, so we have this little bit of a fire break. And then I don't need to worry about it down here because this is all mud. Now worry about this when it comes time to, because at the moment this is all dirt, but it's probably gonna grow back into plants and stuff, grass. Oh, that is the death of an immortal over here. You're not immortal, you... Oh boy. Okay, so this guy is immortal. That means, well, effectively, he's going to take twice the amount of damage before he goes down, because he only suffers 50% pain. So he is... Oh, hello, folks. When did you guys just got here, huh? You guys are very well armed. By all means, come on over. Please stay around. No, don't just stay near the edge, near the fire. Okay, good. They're coming over. I would like you guys... Let me see here. Have I set one of these up yet? I don't think I have. Trading spot. I would like you guys up here, please. That's all right. Give me a moment. Alright, sorry about that. Just had a bit of a cough. So I would like these guys, if it's not too much trouble, and they don't catch themselves on fire, I would like them to assemble up here next to this big spider. Especially since over here is burning. Leaving the map. Okay. Right. So because they decided to hang around in this very warm area near the fire, they've decided it is time to leave. What am I doing? Turn that off. Who is their leader? Way up here. Can I catch up to you, though? Let me trade with you before you go. Wait. Okay. Since you're here, I have stuff to sell her. Let's get rid of all of this. We've got this stuff we don't need. And get rid of some cloth. Actually, I don't need any of the eggs. Sell them some corn. Can have the meat. And do you have anything I would like? Like weapons, perhaps? No? Ooh, excuse me. Well, how about components? Am I selling? No, I don't want to sell you components. I want to buy components. There we go. That should be good. Since they're leaving, and we can get this stuff hauled inside. Alright. As Fairlisk is probably going to get hungry again soon. Oh, I know why they didn't move. It's because, yeah, I forgot you actually have to construct it first. It's not just a thing that you can place down and it's there. It's, they're basically told that this is what you want to build, just like any other thing. And then they have to actually build it first. I should have prioritized that, I guess. Oh well. That just means I still have 2 very dangerous spiders I have to worry about. You know, maybe. I know a small area like this isn't going to be enough to do damage to them with traps. These guys are still doing okay up here. I don't know. Can I build armor yet? I don't think I can. I think I need a high-tech research bench, right? Before I can build that, which I guess I can't build prototypes unless I'm doing the actual research, which makes sense. However, I'm noticing that I am doing the stone cutting. Let's turn that down a bit. You do not need to cut stone. Somebody else can do it. But I'll let you finish what you're currently crafting. Okay. Now, back to... Alright, why are you still doing this? Maybe if I draft and undraft you. Nope, you're still wanting to do it. I think. Nope. You're done. Okay. Let me get the research back to... Is it microelectronics? Yeah. Let's turn that back on. Then I can build, wherever it is, my high-tech research bench. I'll just throw that in the middle of the room, because why not? People are starting to dislike me more, because I'm too close to them. Alright. You've got that being built. We haven't built it yet as a prototype, so it should be a fair advancement. And because it's going to be built, we can get rid of one of these, because we'll still have 2 research things. And how much metal? We do need more metal. So, how about I just mine this? That should be enough. Some orders to cut plants down here. Now that it's getting close. Fire's getting close. There are no more trees left in this map. I do have almost 600 wood, so I should be okay. And I could plant my own, and there are a few inside as well. So I'm okay for the time being. Alright, so some mining is being done. Animals are unrestricted at the moment. And the Dunalisk is currently not hungry. How about this one? Yeah, it's getting hungrier, but that's okay. Oh, hello. There's a new one of you that I want to tame before you get eaten by a giant spider. Which... Guys, wake up. I want some of this done. Which is the animal person? You. You, I would like... Right, they're sleeping. Cannot tame. Forgot about that. Alright, now you can tame it. Because as a creature my faction reveres, I probably shouldn't let it sit out here to be eaten by a giant spider. That, once I have it, which it tamed and trained, it's another combat pet. The weather controller is no longer changing the weather. Excellent. Maybe we can get some rain. It might be a little late. Slave ship is passing by. I'll chat with them, but I don't think they have anything I want, and I don't think they have anything I want. I mean, more components would probably be good. Oh, then again, I mean, if the character's good, capable of fighting, no thank you. Chemical fascination, probably not. Too smart, blacksmith, and super luck, however. No health conditions. 16, so you're not quite an adult, but shouldn't take long for you to become an adult, because in the new DLC, underage characters age at, I think, 6 times the rate. So I guess in a quadrum, they would be 18. And they're incapable of nothing. This one might not be a bad one, especially if they're an intellectual and they're a cook. They're good with animals, and they like to craft. That's mostly what I'd be looking for. They would join as a slave, but I can fix that. Unfortunately, the only thing I have to trade with is gold and components. If I were to sell it all, I still wouldn't have enough money. Oh well. Perhaps though, if I were to mine this jade, they'd be interested in that. Oh, and this is all steel. I thought there was silver down here. Silver. Mine that silver. So if we're able to get all of this before they go away, then we might be able to afford them. I don't know if they're gonna want jade. They might not. They'll want silver, but that's not gonna be all that much. 6, 7, 8. So 20, 24, 3200, or 320. Sorry. Probably not enough. But we'll get it all hauled in and see if that's enough. Although I would be selling all my components at that point. Guess I'm probably gonna have to pass up on them. Are you a permanent resident? I thought... Let me check my quests here. Oh, there's a quest that didn't load well. Those are logging sites. Forced weather. She may have actually joined me. Let me think here. How much are you worth? 980? That'd be a good 400 or something, I think. You know what? Yeah. Come here. You're gonna go over here. I'm actually gonna slow down time so that things don't happen too quickly as I do this. And go in here. And once Azami here is done with shearing? Yeah, you're shearing. I am going to arrest Maki and see if that will give us what we need. Alright, so come on down here. 90% chance. Good enough. And you're not the social one. You're the social one. Call the ship back. Let's see if we have enough now. 390 for her. You do not want Jade. That's unfortunate. So, looks like I'm still short on resources, huh? Oh, but we can sell her gun for a little bit more, I suppose. I do have closer to what they want. And gold. Right? Yeah. Okay, so I just need another 110 in resources that they would want to get. I'm just going to pause here for a moment as I have another look around, see if I can find maybe components to mine. That's steel. That's steel. I could sell one of these Nucos, but I would prefer not to, because they're pretty much just as good as another colonist at the moment. Yeah, it's not looking like there's much of anything that the traders want. So I think I'll leave it at that. So I'm going for what? Almost 6 hours again. I think I might call it here. You know, getting a bit late. Getting kind of hungry. Didn't eat breakfast. Probably should have. I think I'm going to call it here for the time being. Except for that one minor incident of the game completely crashing. You seem to be doing okay as far as the game itself goes. So I'm going to be continuing this next week. And hopefully it will work out pretty good. So yeah, tomorrow is... I'm going to be continuing on with Outer Wilds. I've been exploring, been going through a bunch of cycles because 25 minutes really isn't enough time to do much exploration. And yeah, I will continue to be searching for the answers in that game tomorrow. However, for tonight, I guess I'm done for the night. I hope you enjoyed the session. Hope you come back for tomorrow, or, you know, for whichever game you do like. I'm playing 5 different games at the moment. You can check them out on my Twitch schedule. I've got them posted there. Or you can check them on... I don't know what to call it anymore. Is it still Twitter? Anyway, you can check them out on what used to be called Twitter. I do post my schedule there every Sunday. And then I give a notice about half hour before I start streaming. So, yeah. I think I'll call it here. Hope you enjoyed it. And hope to see you next time. Have a good night, y'all.